smile. Pineapple slices on her eyes. She says, "I'm the food lady." Which part of me eating first? Be careful what you answer.
Stream elements. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost is now live streaming House Flipper Digital Scammers Counter so far short stream Monday.
It's me!
Spaghetti for hair!
You know what? Enchanté. I go to kiss her.
I don't speak French.
I go to kiss her bare claw hand. What is... I go, what's your name, mademoiselle?
It's Danish.
Welcome to my channel.
Cheese Danish.
Like Crimson Desert is the latest
The
victim
name's Coco
of
Van.
not adhering to Western social standards.
My name is...
Penne something or other?
My name is
I
Michelin.
spent the last 2 weeks experiencing a crazy amount of whiplash. I went from
Before
not
we
paying attention to
consummate this marriage, let me just ask you a question. What do you find most attractive about me?
Well, how is this relationship possibly supposed to work? Aren't I going to have to keep her in the fridge?
A good lady keeps her spoilage to a minimum.
Alright, next lady. Bring in the next one. No, I'm not dating the food creature.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
I have feelings underneath all this fondant. Yeah, go to the next one. Would you date that?
I think we could make it work.
You think? Yeah. I feel like you're making me feel something, you know? This is Chinese radish, by the way.
The thing is, you can grow these into a mold.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, you grow like 3 or 4 particularly shaped radishes.
Hey there, I You want to get all the essential vitamins tonight?
And then all of a sudden, people are going, "Hey, how come your breath always smells like radishes?" And I'll go, "Never you mind. You mind your own business."
See, that's the one they tell you to worry about, and then that's you. How can you compete? This is what the average woman feels like, right? And she's competing with these social media radishes.
Are there any more sexy radishes?
Me and you in another universe.
Boy, that really tells a story, that one. It's like, hey.
It does.
I think that's that girl from class. I heard she's already going back to seed.
Yeah, I heard she's being replanted already. I don't fucking know. Also, this is when you have your baby.
Aww.
And you're giving him his first bath.
That's nice. You sure it's mine? Thanks again to NordVPN.
Huh. Looks clear.
Like, okay, first prediction timeline. When do we start getting teasers?
2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks in next week. Okay, so you say next week. So I'm with next week also, because it's the 10th. They normally do teasers 1 week before the reveal. They said the announcement's like end of April, right?
Oh, you
Which
mean
is what,
you're
like-
talking about teasers? Not okay, because I'm thinking
Not
like
full
the
reveal. Teasers.
announcement reveal will be like in 2.5 weeks. Okay, yeah, I think like I think next week we'll start seeing teasers.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're all on the same page. So next week, sometime around like right around now-ish, like 17th Friday somewhere, and then that gives us like a week before we actually start giving like actual reveal 2-ish weeks, 2.5 weeks, and then actual early beginning of May, like somewhere around what, the 1st? It's either the 1st or the 8th. You do it on Fridays, right? So it's either
Yeah.
the 1st or the 8th for the actual.
I think the 8th is more likely.
All right, first prediction. Who wants to start with their first? I mean, if I'll start with the first prediction, I'll make it an easy one. Okay, my first. I think this is an obvious prediction. The Atlas tree is getting like completely reworked. Like not the Atlas tree.
So
Right.
I like having arguments with where I'm quoting GGG, and I don't like to just say, "Oh, remember that," and hope that you remember. So I like to bring receipts.
Okay.
So I got a receipt for you right here. Timestamps for your convenience. Where Mark says, "I opened the Atlas tree and it sucks." And then
basically he said, "I don't like it. It's shit."
That's exactly what he said. And then if you fast forward to 59:55, he says that the Atlas tree is going to be completely reinvented, and then like a minute later he says something in the lines of it's going to be in a whole different universe.
Oh shit, okay.
All in context to the Atlas tree.
Okay, yeah, you brought the receipts. All right.
So I like to bring, you know, proof and concept, like, you know, taking someone's word for it that's credible, that's fine, but being able to provide receipts and proof of it emphasizes and, you know, locks in the argument, right? So I'm definitely with you on the Atlas tree rework. But when he says it's a different universe reworking, that doesn't sound like it'll be anything close to... Yeah, because, I mean, it can't be PoE1, right?
Yeah, I mean... What the fuck? What does that actually mean, though? That's kind of getting me a little...
You were, Gassi, earlier on your stream, you were talking about the Atlas tree or how they would rework it, if they would go more PoE1 or they would keep them separated. I will tell you, I would prefer them uniting the trees, PoE2, and not have them separated. Because I feel that having them united creates more of a choice of what you want to focus on. Having all of them, you just do the content and put the points that the content creator tells you to put in there, and then you do it, right? It is not as meaningful in my opinion in PoE1. Like, even if they don't go full PoE1, at least unifying the three.
I agree with that. The problem with that is that, like, I don't think it's a problem because I'm very much in love with PoE1's Atlas skill tree. But the problem is, it is then very much like the PoE1 skill tree. And the two things that will happen is the first one obviously will be directly compared to the PoE1 skill tree. And the other problem is there's two sides of the coin. Some people want PoE2 to become PoE 1.5, just a modernized new version of PoE1. And the other side of that coin wants PoE2 to be significantly and noticeably distinctively different than PoE1. So if their Atlas tree, which is such a big portion of the endgame's entire foundation, is too much like PoE1, then, you know, the part of the coin that don't want them to be the same game in the end will be upset.
Yeah, but like I think when people say they don't want it to be like PoE1, they're talking about what it looks like when you're mapping. Like that's almost always tied to when people are talking about like holding down one button, blasting through the maps, yada yada yada. Like there's a lot of stuff in PoE1 that people do like in PoE2, you know. And and like everyone likes. I'm not saying just the PoE1 blasters. I'm saying things that are like fundamentally agreed upon to be like good parts of the game. I don't. Like, I get what you're saying, but, like, I don't think they should avoid shit just because it happens to be in PoE1 also. Like, there's lessons, like, support gyms is an example. Like, support gyms are in PoE1. Like, the way that they're done differently with sockets is different, but the way the whole skill system works is the PoE1 skill system. The only differences are kind of tied to weapons, right? Like, there's some differences there, but, like, a huge backbone of the game is still Path of Exile. So like I don't necessarily think that the Atlas tree is one of those things where it matters if it's similar to PoE1, because I mean that system already works from the economic side of it too. Plus, what the fuck are they gonna do completely different? Like how?
Yeah, that's why I was so confused when he used the word "it's from a completely different universe." That's like, how are they gonna do that? I have no idea. I'm at loss. My imagination can only extend so far. At the same time, PoE2 is very good at the whole idea of new player onboarding, and I think that the Atlas tree is easy to understand for casual players, with the specific league mechanics having their own trees, and then the generic tree being you know, for the non-league mechanic parts. But you know, I don't mind that being a thing. But if they're reinventing it, like, what does that even mean? I have no idea where they're going.
I have an interpretation of the whole different universe thing, but that I could be wrong, obviously. But it could mean that, for example, in PoE1, the Atlas is more like it is not an actual place that you traverse, like in PoE2 that you are traversing the world. In PoE1 you open a portal to a place, right? In PoE2 you are on traversing the actual earth where you are, right? Whatever. It could mean that, maybe, I don't know. But I do agree with DM that when people talk about differentiating the games, they are talking more about the actual gameplay. I don't think they are talking about a system like. And if the Atlas, they do a good Atlas rework, and people like it, if it resembles a PoE1 thing, I don't think people will find it bad. They could come up with something new, of course, but you already have something proven to be good instead of trying again with something new that could be dog shit.
And when they have tried like new shit, also like people get mad at it. Like, they tried some new shit, and people also just like visibly get mad. Like the Infinite Atlas, people say they fucking hate the Infinite Atlas towers. They tried to do towers as a way of juicing, which is like limited juicing. You actually have to like earn the juice and acquire. People fucking hated towers, myself included. So like, I feel like they've kind of tried, and people say like, oh, we don't want it to be PoE1, but then they.
Hello there. How does it feel to be the most wanted house flipper in Pinnacle? It seems like the whole town's counting on you at this point. No matter if there's a wall to knock down or another to build, looks like you have all the skills needed in house flipping. Now you could easily take care of the driftwood house renovation. What a shame. The town wants to keep its ugliest house status. There must be a lot going on in your life, since you forgot the first thing you asked me when you came back. So, the Driftwood House was supposed to be a community center, but there were problems with financing it. The previous crew wasn't paid on time and didn't finish the job. Then someone called it the ugliest house on this side of the coast. Visitors found it hilarious and posted pictures with it on socials. So, it's a tourist attraction now. Sort of. Couldn't agree more. Same as a few of the townsfolk. I've heard there's a fundraiser to continue the renovation. Yeah, it's good to see someone cares and wants to do something. So let's hope they'll succeed. Regardless of the outcome, I'll make sure to keep you updated. Take care.
Anytime they try something like kind of fundamentally opposed to it, people hate that also. So at some point they're going to just be like, fine, we're going to do what we know people like.
I feel like well, 2 points for me is like, one, I'm obviously a big fan of the PoE1 skill tree, so I wouldn't mind them having that be in PoE2 because of how it's been a proven concept that everybody absolutely loves, especially for the concept of choice, right? To create your own adventures, like Misa was saying in his video. But at the same time, you're bringing up DM is something that keeps reminding me of a very hot topic back in Harvest League. The TLDR, for those of you who weren't back then, the Harvest League was a crafted league. It was more miles crazier than homogenizing omens. It was, you basically crafted 6 tier 1 mods like it was nothing. Everyone was doing it. Everybody was sitting with mirror tier characters. Crazy as fuck. Everybody loved it. And what happened was they decided that, hey, this is too strong. We're going to have to nerf it. And the problem when they're going to change it is no matter what solution or changes they did to it to nerf it, it would never cater to the majority of the player base, because you could ask 1,000 people how they should nerf it, and you would have 1,000 different opinions. And eventually they went with, what they did, and which was a good change in general, but only a very small percent of the player base considered that to be the solution they should have gone with, and the majority had different takes on how it should be changed. So I feel like it's one of those situations where it's doomed if you don't, damned if they do. So no matter what solution they end up with, people will be mad no matter what they do. That's kind of where I think is going to happen.
Well, like, okay, so one of the things your guys said in chat, still this from YouTube chat, we're going to get Catan-style tile grid where you place tiles with mechanics on them, forming matches and chains to trigger what benefits you. We are sadly in the Atlas. Okay. So also there's one thing about the Atlas that has to be fairly fundamental, is it needs to be like easy to out and go. I think if they do something like that, where like the actual infinite Atlas itself becomes chain combos or difficult to build out like it's Alba Temple, I think people will just hate it, and probably correctly so, because a lot of people want to be able to get into maps and just place maps and do maps. And yes, you can do tablets, yes you can juice, yes you can find strategies, but you need to be able to just play the game at some point at some base level and have that actually matter in progress. You shouldn't have to like have this intricate mechanic as baseline mapping, because like it doesn't need to be Diablo 4 level as simple, and it doesn't need to be like PoE 1 Mirage juicing like combo level, with scarabs and all that, but you do have to have like some baseline basicness of mapping without like some annoying super involved mechanic immediately when you hit maps that people are going to have to now figure out. Like people are just going to want to be able to play the game. So like that type of stuff, if they do like a Catan type of thing with like, oh, mixed match and all this different shit, it has to be a side mechanic. You can't have that be the baseline.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. We also have to keep in mind something that a lot of people forget all the time. The vast majority of the player base, no matter what game you're talking about, is casual players, and PoE2 has done a lot of work and effort into new player onboarding, new player acquisition that PoE was never going to be able to do due to the complexity and bulk of content that they have. And that's the niche, that's the charm of the game, but it's never going to attract the new casual players, which PoE2 is doing. If they start doing these way too complex mechanics from the baseline, they're going to lose the winning concept that they have at the moment. I don't think that's a risk they're willing to take either, and they shouldn't, to be fair. The game should be open, like Ian was talking about, right?
I agree, and circling back to what the end was saying, like that the game doesn't explain to you anything about the end game mechanics, and game is getting more complicated to get into using in the end game, right? I remember I am a newer player. I started with Path of Exile 2. Obviously, during the campaign, everything is easy. You just do the campaign, right? You follow what they are telling you. But once you get to the end game, I remember that at that point in time, the end game quest was do 3 tier 3 maps, something like that. Then do 5 tier 5 maps. Okay, you can do that. But that doesn't teach you how to use Ritual, Delirium, Breach, Expedition. I didn't have any fucking idea what these mechanics were. And what the feeling I was getting was that they are assuming that I already played PoE 1, which is not good for a new player, right? I had to go to YouTube and watch videos from you guys to understand what these mechanics were. And that is what the vast majority of the player base does. And that is only to know what the mechanic does. Then to actually use it properly, that is another topic entirely. So at least give me something, man. And the quest that they are implementing right now, because you can tell me, no, what they put in Act 4, they gave you 1 quest for Expedition and 1 quest for Delirium. Those quests don't explain shit. You do them and you still don't know what the fuck is going on. They have to improve that.
No, I completely agree. So I think part of that ties into one of my other predictions, to jump ahead a little bit, which is I think a large portion of the content that's going to be added in the in-game. And when they say in-game, I think they're referring to the part of the game that's actually titled in-game, because you have Act 1, 2, 3, Act 4, and then interludes, and then it says in-game. And in-game technically starts white tier 1 map is now in-game, okay?
Yeah.
So when they say in-game additions, that means from the beginning of tier 1 maps, that is what they consider in-game. So I think a large portion of that is going to be what we probably think of as like mid-game, which is like tier 1 to tier 16 maps is like a huge gap of just blind, go out there, chase nexuses, which can take a really fucking long time. To Jazzer's point, they don't explain the mechanics. So I think we're going to see a large portion of the content be focused on things like we had in PoE 1 with like Exarch. Remember how like we have like Exarch, we have Elder, we have like go do this mechanic specifically. Like it actually tells you go do this boss, and you unlock chunks like the Void Stones. I think we're missing not only progression in that nature, but like a direction to go. And I think a lot of that is going to be additions of quest lines, and I think those quest lines will probably teach you some of these, because that's something that I have been preaching for from PoE 1 to PoE 2, is they do need to explain the shit, and they do a better job. Like, they added, like, the videos with the skills, etc., and they have some of the quests, they have the blank runes and the Artificer, quests and all that. They need that shit for in-game, but I just don't think they had it cooked in yet, because they didn't even have it cooked in for the campaign, and the campaign's what they've been working on the in-game, which is, like, the last, like, few months, right? When they saw D4 in-game was getting roasted, they decided we're going to drop the rest of the campaign, we're going to make the in-game. So the in-game was kind of shoehorned at the last moment, probably part of the reason we're having all these issues with the in-game now. But I think that that is going to be addressed through mid-game content, effectively, by giving you a way to go, and on the way to go, they sort of have quests and guidance to, like, teach you these systems. Because I completely agree, it's a huge missing point where you're losing people, because you have a campaign, it's linear, you get to in-game, you get slapped with all these mechanics, and you get slapped with all these crafting mechanisms and the currencies to start using them, and you have no idea what you're doing. And like there was a while ago, there was a like a study done where they said if they put a consumer in the store and they give them 2 color choices, red or blue, they're happier than if they go down the line and there's like 50 color choices and they have to pick their own. And that same psychology, probably, is the same thing in the game. Like you have to hold the hand a little bit to get people to be able to be familiar with the mechanics enough to actually be able to be free in the Atlas and feel all right. And I think they can accomplish that and also make the people that are playing the game very heavily happy as well, because additions of bosses and additions to like the mid-game content of tier 1 to tier 16 is also a huge chunk of missing progression, because the campaign progression feels great. You're leveling Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, you're starting to get Jeweler's Orbs, you're leveling up, you're getting plus the levels, like you actually feel the progression of your character. And then tier 1 to 16, just you should feel as much between those tiers as you do going through the acts of the campaign, and you just don't feel that at the moment. So having like these goalposts that you can achieve through questing, etc., I think will help out both sides of the audience. It's a real easy way to tie into Jazzers' point.
I mean, another point there, you mentioned like dropping people, not really knowing where to go. We have another problem where a lot of people seem to be split on the call of power creep. Like, we have very immersive and meaningful combat up until, Act 3 plus minus, depending on the build. And then when your build is quote-unquote online, the game turns more and more into the general sense of PoE 1 with a more power creep style. You're running through the content. But before Act 3 or the end of Act 3, we're in a position where it's more immersive, meaningful combat. And you see people like that, and then they don't like the next half. And then you have the other portion of the player base that don't like the start of it, but likes the other part. It's again this whole idea with people who want the slower methodical combat versus the people that want the more speedy combat. And they kind of clash, because one portion of the community is happy with the first 3 acts and hate the rest. And then, it flips for the other side of the coin. But I think that for one of my predictions is part of what you were talking about as well, which is the power creep question. Is the question, what they did with maps early was that they lowered the pack density on lower tier maps and let pack density go up in the higher tiers. But the question would then comes down to, are they going to increase pack density or lower it with increased rewards to double down on the immersive, meaningful combat they set out to do originally, possibly even giving players the option to achieve this with the Atlas tree and or tablets, so that maybe the Atlas tree will allow us to stay within this immersive thing where there are fewer monsters, but they're more combated. They're more actual fights you're engaging with from pack to pack, but there are fewer monsters with bigger rewards. And maybe that the Atlas tree is going to focusing more on that aspect of it to allow the power creep question for the people who want immersive combat versus power creep combat. But I think that kind of weaves into what you were talking about, DM, with losing players with a sense of direction, because the identity of PoE 2 is immersive, meaningful combat till you get to the end of the acts, and then that's kind of thrown out the window. And now we're back to PoE 1, hold down one button, run through the world.
I not only think that will happen, I know that it will happen, what you are describing about the Atlas 3 and solving, in quotes, this problem of people wanting different play styles, because Mark said it. And yes, I don't have the timestamp as you did earlier when he said it. But I know that he did, maybe in that interview on one close to that, I know it was with C, he did say that they were going to put into the Atlas 3 for the people that enjoy the slower combat, they were going to put notes, for example, that lower the pack but give effectiveness. And that is one of the reasons why they added that affix, the effectiveness mod, to be able to move that lever for the people that prefer less monsters but stronger monsters, more rewarding, or the people that want pack size with less effect. I do remember that he said that, and they are going to probably put it in the.
My issue, though, they might do it. For me, it doesn't matter what they do until itemization is like addressed, because I think from the balance perspective, I don't think it matters what they do on like the game side of it is the issue. Like you can do any change you want. You can do more density. You can less density. You can make them. It doesn't matter. Like everyone's strong as fuck and they're killing everything. So it's like unless they address like things like cast on crit comet, like how the fuck is anything they change to the game going to matter at all? Like we're going to see the same gameplay every single league. You can add in bosses with 200 million health. You can make the mobs right now in tier 16s have triple the health with a third as many. It doesn't matter. Like everything's gonna fucking die anyway. So like I kind of don't care what they do on the PvE side for like in-game balance until they address like itemization, and I think that has to start with like addressing plus the levels, and that's going to be a pretty big fundamental change. And the problem is if you start doing like a new character now, literally from level 2, as soon as you kill the miller, what's the first thing you do? You go check the vendor for plus to levels. You're either looking for plus to minion or plus to lightning if you're doing lightning, or plus projectile. I mean, I guess projectile's not as much on the crossbow, but you look for plus to levels like immediately, and it matters immediately. And then if you get like plus 2 chaos spells and you're doing EDC, and then you get a wand that's got like shitloads of cast speed, you could get a rare wand with triple spell damage and shitload of cast speed. I'm not equipping it because it's not as good as plus to levels. And I'm going to sit there with plus to levels until I get 20 more levels and find the next level of plus to levels by one. Then I'm going to equip that one. And it's just boring. It's just a boring way of going through items. It's like I'm looking for one stat and whatever else is there matters. And if it doesn't have one more plus levels, I don't care about it. I think that's just straight up bad. Like just actually bad. And until that is addressed, I don't think any of the other side of the thing matters.
I mean, it's funny that you mentioned that as well, because I mean, DGG made a very clear statement explaining how the balance of the game expects the player to have a certain amount of plus levels on their main skill. That's how they balance the game from the start, and which is really weird to me. Like, okay, so that kind of makes that the staple, fundamental, mandatory modifier across the board. Is the entire game's difficulty balance expects the player to have X amount of plus levels of the skills. To me, it's very weird, but that's how they do it.
Well, if that's true, their curve of what they want plus the levels to match is wrong. Is the problem? It's like maybe that's true, and they did balance like they wanted the game to be like, we expect you to have so many levels, but then we have too many levels or something, because the levels are overwhelmingly strong over everything, and people are hitting like level 40 with some skills in the end game. So I don't know. It's too impactful at the moment, I think. So it's maybe they did balance it around it, but like I don't see that actually being balanced. I don't think the game is very much balanced at all right now.
I do think they have to take a look at itemization a lot, because obviously plus skills is like the most egregious example, right? But there are a lot of things that are like a requirement on your gear, so that takes away agency from the affixes that you want to have on your gear. So it becomes like, if it doesn't have this and this, it is dog. And that connects with the other affix that I hate besides levels, which is rarity. Fuck rarity. All my homies hate rarity, and one of my predictions is that they will try to improve the rarity situation. So you have an item and you have to put in the item plus levels, you have to put resistance, you have to put rarity. So how many affixes do you have to actually make your build?
Yeah, I don't think. Okay, I don't think they're gonna address rarity yet, because I think that's an even bigger fundamental like change than plus to levels. I think rarity is kind of like a huge one because it addresses loot. And what's the way to make anyone angry? By touching and fucking with loot. That's the #1 way to piss off everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are they doing? They're trying to salvage what's considered a bad end game, basically. By the people that are playing it, they're saying PoE2 is a phenomenal game, but it has a bad end game, right? Like that's the general consensus. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to flip that around. What have they said a million times? We'll release 1.0 once everyone considers we've had 2 good leagues, once we've had good reception for 2 leagues. Well, 0.4 wasn't a well-received league, basically. I think overall we'd say it's more of an L than it was a bonus in terms of player reception, okay? At the end of it, the people started saying it was good, but that's because the only fucking people that were left that hadn't quit because of the tempo being annoying to actually play were the people that love Tinks. And guess what the tempo did? It shit out Tinks. So you saw everyone quit the fucking game, then everyone started saying it's fucking awesome because those people all left the game, and the only people left are the people that love that shit, which isn't the majority of the people, okay? So basically we had one bad league. So 0.5 has to be received well if they want to have one more good league that's received well before they hit that 2 good leagues in a row. They release 1.0 to some positive reception because 1.0 is the last big marketing push they have where everyone's going to come back and check out the game. You'll see 1 million viewers again. You start seeing people like Asmon go checking out the game again, right? Like that's going to be 1.0. That shit's not happening until 1.0. So they absolutely want people to already be positive because the last thing they need is for 1.0 to go out, all the big people hop into the game and just like, wow, this game's dog shit. All right, guys, on to the next one. And then just mark it as like, okay, you know, on Twitter, everyone's saying shit, it gets dunked on. And then everyone just writes it off no matter how good it becomes later, right? Like we see that happens to RPGs all the time, all right? It's like they don't want that. So they have to have 2 good leagues. And that for sure ain't going to start with 0.5 them touching rarity of all things try to change. You know, I mean, like people are just gonna get mad. People are gonna get mad again. The people who love rarity juicing are gonna get mad, even if it's a better decision for the game. People still get mad. So I don't think they're touching that shit well beyond 1.0.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think it's a post 1.0 change. They also did talk about wanting to remove rarity from gear and replacing it, but they felt like they needed to replace it with something else. For that to happen. I mean, it's a hot topic. I kind of agree with Jazz on it, but I also don't think, like DM is saying, I don't think it's going to be happening before 1.0 is released, before that happens in general. On the other hand, they have committed very loudly and clearly. They were very, very, very distinct in their statement to saying we're locking in dates over features. We're committing to a 4-month cycle, every 2 months PoE1, every 2 months PoE2. Point 4, let's say that we're all correct with the assumption that PoE2 is releasing early May. We all are in that boat. That means PoE 0.4 will have lasted 5 months. So in their announcement statement that we're going to see now at the end of April, they are very likely going to have to address the fact that Point 4 is a 5-month league. And that kind of offsets like the flow of their content release, because if that's happening in May, next one is what, September? And next one would be January, but like Jess and I was talking about before, there's no fucking shot in hell that they're going to miss the December holiday release. It's too big of a month to release. It's the best month of the year. Financially.
I think the line would probably be, well, it had to launch early in December because of Christmas holidays. Basically is the line, and then okay, they're a little late on April or something, and then they'll smush the next, so maybe we get a 3-month league on the next. I mean, I'm assuming that's what they'll say. Like they'll do a 3-month league or something in order to.
Yeah, maybe. Together. On the other hand, we know that Endgame was planned for Point 4. Didn't make it in time. They decided to postpone it. That means we know that they've started the Point 4 Endgame changes during Point 3. It didn't make it. That means that Point 5 is getting a lot of months of work for Endgame. So that brings up the conversation out, what else are we getting in Point 5? Are we getting Toda? Are we getting a new class or weapon? Or like, what else are we getting in the Point 5?
That's the prediction sheet.
That's the prediction, yeah.
That's the, we're on, so you're saying next point on the prediction sheet. All right,
exactly,
Jazzers.
I was going to segue that to my next prediction.
Nice segue, but clean, all right.
I felt professional, but now that you called it out.
I will give a prediction that is a negative prediction, so means something that we will not get.
Okay.
And I know that people are hoping for a class and weapon, but I don't think we are going to get that.
I'm with you on that.
We are going to get ascendancies for the classes that are missing ascendant. For example, Huntress, Monk, Ranger and Druid are missing ascendancies. I don't know if all of them, but some maybe. But I don't think we are getting a class. I hope I am wrong, though. I would love a class. I just don't think it will happen.
Okay, so I think you're probably right, but I'm going to play devil's advocate for the fun of it, okay? So in every single league, whether they either have a campaign edition or they have a class. Because what do people say whenever you say a new league's coming down? They're like, well, I'll come back when. It's either I'll come back when there's more campaign or I'll come back when there's a new class. People that like casually play the game, the normal player, they come back to try out the new weapon or they come back to try out the new campaign. They don't come back because they heard there's some in-game changes. So I think that if there is going to be a new class, that would be primarily the reason. It's sort of the hook to get people to try to log back into the game, as opposed to like, oh, in-game changes I'm not even going to see until I beat the campaign again. Like, you know, I think that would be an argument as to why we see one. I'm 50-50 on it, though. I think you're probably right. Put a gun to the head and you make me guess, you're probably right. But if we do see one, I would say it's Duelist or Shadow. I'm leaning towards Duelist, but I think you're 100% correct. We're going to see at least new Ascendancies, at a minimum, for that same hook reasoning. And for the Ascendancy, I think... Sorry, I got the hiccups. I think Monk is going to get it. And the reason is because the two classes that needed love the most before Vershada was the Sorceress and the Monk needed some Ascendancy. Stormweaver... I mean, you have the double shock, sure, and I guess there was the weird chill stuff that came with the Volborn, but like before that, Stormweaver kind of dog shit, man, and people aren't really playing mana builds, right? And then you had Chronomancer. Don't get me started on Chronomancer. We literally just did the whole Chronomancer only league, and like I'm still looking for a single person to figure out a build that like actually feels good. So like you know, that's all they got. They're hurting. So then they got Vershada, meta. People are using it. Great hardcore class. Actually a banger. Okay, then I didn't like the minion thing, but like, you know, the defensive side of it, pretty nuts. Okay, Monk. Who the fuck is playing Monk?
Well, Chalupa is used for second about no hit runs, but that's about it, right?
Oh yeah, oh, yeah. The unanimously well received, love to be ran trial of suck my ass. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna make one of those.
Yeah, bro. I am going to create a character to specifically grind a mechanic that is dog shit.
let me. Oh, this is the pulling my toenails out class. I can't wait to do one of those, dude.
Okay, I feel like I'm the only one out here who finds Sycamore all right.
You
on
are.
the other hand, though, I'm on board with you guys on the whole class weapon type, but I also like the whole devil's advocate argument with the new hook. And I think we do have to remember that the game doesn't live without the casual player base. If they want well-received two leagues, they need to make sure there's a lot of people coming back for it as well. Because like you said, casual players are very unlikely going to care about the end game being fixed if they only care about the early stage of it, where the immersive, meaningful combat is. And you know, the casual players don't engage with the end game like we do. And when we say end game, we're talking tier 16 maps. We're not talking about the progression up until that, which is the start of endgame if you look at it objectively. But if they're releasing a new class, I am 100% on board with the idea of it being duelist, mainly for the fact of it being swords. I think the swords is the biggest argument behind a new class, because everyone's expecting swords to be in an ARPG game, and people have been screaming for it for so long. So if a new class comes in, I think that the duelist will be there.
I do think the duelist will be...
Go on, Jess, sorry.
That I do think the duelist will be the next class for sure. Also, not only because the community has been asking for it for a while, but Jonathan himself, I believe it was in a Destiny interview, said that the next class after the druid that he would like to release is the duelist, because the community is asking for it. And he will be very disappointed if they get to 1.0 and the duelist is not there. At least in 1.0, the duelist should be there. That is what he said.
Okay, so I also think it's going to be the duelist, but if they don't release the duelist, then when's the perfect time to do a 1.0, baby? Like, you know, you release it on the one where you want everyone to come back. Like, that's their trap card, you know? That's their Blue Eyes Dragon. Like, they can put that together at the last moment, I think. So, like, if it really depends how much they want to bait it out. I don't think they do any of that shit, though. I think they're just trying to get everything out. Though as soon as they get it out, type situation. Okay, next prediction. So we had Jazzerus, we had you. I guess that's back to me, huh? Okay. here's the topic. There's two parts of the Atlas that have said that people think is going to get reworked. We already know the Atlas tree is getting reworked. They said as much. The part they didn't really address, and that's kind of debated. I'm not on the. I like the Infinite Atlas, but a lot of people don't like the Infinite Atlas. They think it's basically an unsavable design. It has a really bad portion of it, of which the more you play it, the worse it gets. That's like kind of a true point. There's some band-aids you could do. I've seen some counterpoints that the band-aids you could do actually literally just make it worse anyway. But it really depends who you ask. My thing on the Infinite Atlas is I kind of hope they don't give up on the concept of trying to create, like, you're actually going around a world and, like, finding things. I like finding unique maps on the world. I think that's cool. I think that's infinitely more interesting than having to, like, pick up, like, a unique map and just place it in the same thing where everything goes and opening it like we do in the PoE 1 mapping. I know PoE 1 mapping is better. I think that's because of content, not necessarily the design as much of the Infinite Atlas. So I hope they don't give up on that concept. But it is a debated point, and I don't know if you can get around, like, I don't know if you can get around the fact that the more you play it, the worse it gets.
I like
So do we think they're doing changes? Do we think they're doing changes to the Infinite Atlas at this point?
I mean, changes maybe. I just don't think that they're going to change the whole concept or, you know, making it a different universe kind of thing. I don't think that's the case. I think there's too much effort and time put into what they have now for them to just scrap it. Similar to what they did with towers, I think that they will find ways to make it good before they scrap it. Maybe we'll see changes to it in the future, but like there's so many cool things they can do with the Infinite Atlas, the way it's set up right now and the way it's portrayed compared to what we have in PoE 1, which is just a checklist. Here, you have this map, you got to do this one now to get the next point. Oh, you got to do this map to get the next point, and then you have this grid, and like nobody cares. So everything feels more immersive, which I think is quite important for the casual player base. But again, it's hard for us who plays the game, or games in general, so as much as we do, to put ourselves in the shoes of a casual player. So maybe I'm wrong in my perspective here, but that is how I see it. It also offers a lot of really cool things that we don't really have in PoE 2 or PoE 1, sorry. So for example, if you take Delve as a mechanic, they can literally flip that, and now you're underneath the ground on this Infinite Atlas, and that could be a really cool thing to engage with as well whenever Delve comes into the game. There's so many cool things they can do with it, and I don't think they want to scrap that to prevent those openings and developments or evolutions of the Atlas. I think there are other ways they can do to make it better. I think we're all on board with the idea that clearing a tower should grant you a grand project effect on the tower that would incentivize tower clearing. But a lot of people also seem to be neglecting certain aspects of the towers. And for example, in my book, most tower layouts are one of the best layouts to do a map in the entire game. Like, I would rather run a tower layout than most maps in the game at the moment. They're very linear.
Fuck the map, dude. You like those layouts? I hate that fucking layout.
Most of them are really good. Like, they're very linear, straightforward. They remind me of Gorge back in PoE 1. They remind me of Beach. Or Strand. Like they're very, very straightforward, very easy to clear, whereas other maps I feel like they're so freaking big and there's a lot of backtracking in them. I don't feel like there's...
You like the triangle one where you do the triangle,
like I said, most.
The stairs and then you do...
Okay, the triangle one I don't like.
The one that is like basically the spires of the Shard where you have to go through the fucking like bridges. You like that shit?
The spires of the Shard is pretty straightforward. The Mesa one is probably one of the best layouts in the entire game. It's just a straight line.
Okay,
you run
yeah, I'll give you Mesa, but like the spires, the triangle one, even that fucking
the triangle one is not big. It's not massive.
I don't care.
There are two triangle ones, by the way. One is the one that is like the Temple of Sopeg or whatever, the sun one.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that one's dog shit.
I
don't mind them.
I do agree with Gassi that the Mesa one is good. The one that is like a straight line, the Thunder Bluff. I don't remember the name. I call it Thunder Bluff, like in WoW. That one is good. That you are going like.
Yeah, it's just a straight line. It's very straightforward, and they're considerably smaller in size compared to the other maps, and that makes me feel better about it.
Why does the map need to be straightforward in order for it to be a good map? Like,
no, it's less backtracking compared to most other maps.
It compounds with the problem of the Infinite Atlas, and that is the thing. Like, I like the idea of the Infinite Atlas. I do think they are open to completely changing it if it is needed. The problem that people don't like the Infinite Atlas, besides the functionality of that it gets too big and you don't have a search bar and it loads slowly and you have the fog of war covering your shed. Outside from that, the reason people don't like the Infinite Atlas is because they feel they don't have enough agency over what you do, even more when you compare it to PoE1. So if you are going to remove agency from the player, then you need to give me good maps, right? Or you give me agency. If you are, I am going to have dog shit maps. That is why it compounds with what Gassi is saying.
Like, you know, I agree with the agency and map things. So like one thing I was wondering to myself is, okay, if you gave the player the ability to, let's just say the Infinite Atlas stays exactly as it is, just no changes, just for the conversation, okay? But the only change is every single time that you open a map, you get to play any map you want. You can run Ravine every single map you want, and you go the way. How much does that actually become a problem? Like, why would that actually be a problem at all? Like, where's the issue?
To me, that is not a problem, but I think that GG doesn't want you doing that for reason.
No, I understand. I understand, but I'm like and I don't think they're gonna do it. But I'm just like, if you think about it, the concept is you have to run maps you don't like, so that when you run maps that you do like, they feel better, right? Like that's the argument, right? In the same way you have to have bad items so good items are good, like, sure. So then, where's the scale tip? Because, like, for me, I feel like the scale is, like it's too RNG, where it's like, fuck, I gotta do Mire into Mire into Mire into Mire. You know what I mean? Like, when you run those, it's the same problem as, like, we have with the temple juicing, where it's like, you gotta do the shit you don't want to do the one. So I say the balancing problem on the amount of maps that we actually need to do, or is it, can we just have like, at what point do you have to play the game enough to earn the right to be able to run the maps you want to run? Like, you should eventually be able to get there, right?
That's why I like the idea of towers acting as grand projects without requiring you investments for it, because then you can skip the layouts you don't like, and or you can traverse faster towards citadels and whatnot if towers gave you that, and that would incentivize people to do towers. I hate farming the same map over and over again. So when the meta is scrying maps, you scry your Defiled Cathedral to the most linear map, like a beach or strand map or whatever, and then people ran that thousands upon thousands of times. As soon as that became the meta in PoE1, I just stopped. I'm like, I don't do this for currency. I stopped doing maps. I'm doing my profit crafts, and then I'll just chuck in whatever map I happen to have in my inventory. That's the map I'm running, because I cannot stand running the same thing over and over again. So for the hyper optimizers, obviously they would love to do the same map and over again, which gets really boring. And I think that could create problems for the people that are not hyper optimizing, because they will be incentivized doing the quote unquote better layouts, and then the game gets very boring. It's the same thing as replacing the campaign in Diablo 4 with Health Tides. Okay, so this is the most effective thing. It's boring, but it's the most effective. So I'm just gonna sit in whatever color Health Tide it is for the season and do that for the next 20 hours. It would be the same feeling in PoE if every map was the same. Like, what's the point in having different maps being created if everyone's going to choose, you know, the strand map? It just makes no sense to me. So I really appreciate PoE2's Atlas, that it's forcing me into, no matter what I do, I will be forced into different layouts. Then again, there's the other side of the coin, which is the negative impact of it. There will be layouts that I absolutely fucking can't stand, like Mire. You know.
Mire is the worst one, number one.
Yeah,
Mire.
Augury, you know, like there's so many, right? But if you then have the possibility, if I enter an area, it's like, oh, I want to do these maps. So let's just add another layer to it. Let's say I enter a zone and there's a corrupted nexus in the middle. I want to use the cleansed areas. I don't want to clear too many corrupted maps to do I want to clear cleansed maps, not corrupted maps. But if there's a tower nearby, if I was then able to do the tower and, you know, frog leap myself into the corrupted nexus, then I got more cleansed maps to run with. That makes fun. There's more fun for me. Or if I'm progressing towards the citadel and I see like 3 goddamn Mires in my way, but there's a tower next to it, I would go out of my way to do the tower so that I could skip the Mire maps to go, you know, past that chain of Mire maps. I think there's a lot of things they can do to alleviate the nuisances and the problems behind the Atlas.
I do like the grand project idea you have, but there is also the possibility that people are suggesting that people don't like towers at all and people want them removed entirely. I don't know what I would like personally. I am fine with towers existing. It would be better if they gave you the grand project And I would also be fine with them removing towers. When I played in 0.1, I used to like towers, but I had not played Path of Exile 1 yet. Then I played PoE 1 and I understood why people hated the towers, because it is a pain in the ass to set up, while in PoE 1 you just play the game. But I also think there is a middle point they could get, now that we're talking about the layout, like keeping the Infinite Atlas. And you know how you have an Atlas 3 node that gives you different rewards depending on the biome you are. And that
Local
means there is a
knowledge,
set there is a set of maps that are related to a biome, right? They could give you something like the Orb of Horizons, or like the Terraforming Orb or something, that you can re-roll the map depending on the biome it is. It will give you a different map of that same biome. That way you keep it a little random, a little interesting, you engage the economy, like you touch on several axes that GG likes for you to engage with, while not disregarding completely the thing. Also, there are people saying they like the rework they did to the Atlas in PoE 1 right now with Mirage, and they are saying that that is the beta for the rework they are doing in 0.5. I don't know about that idea. I don't.
I mean, I kind of like the idea of re-rolling the map, because the real issue for me isn't like making sure I want to run the map that I want to run every time. Like, that's not where I come at. I just don't want to run certain maps that like ruin the next 10 minutes for me. I don't want to run Mire ever. It's not that I'm unwilling to run maps that that are suboptimal. I just don't want to, like, one map is bad. Son of Kopek, the Tocho Kopek guy. Like, I never want to run that map ever again for the rest of my life. If they had a map that was waterways every time that I play the game, I would never want to run that one either. There's just some maps that are just unfun, and I just roll my eyes when I have to play them. I'm willing to play maps that are just like, oh, this is a cool map, whatever. This one's a fine map. This one's worse than the other one. It's not my favorite, but whatever. But, like, having to run the map that's like actively annoying, like, I just don't want to run. So the reroll idea is good, because it just RNGs to another one. I don't have to roll Mire or whatnot. If I really wanted to spend the currency to get the one I want, sure. Like, like I like that idea.
That makes sense, but I mean, I don't think there is a solution. Like, re-rolling maps, like they're set to be in a very specific way, right? You have water the biomes will obviously impact it. You have maps that are like close to the water, they can roll untainted and stuff like that. And re-rolling them would kind of.
When Bluepoint Games was shut down in 2026, a surprising revelation emerged. Bluepoint had pitched a Bloodborne remake, and From Software had rejected it. The question is, why? Why did From Software block the remake of Bloodborne? Was it tension between From Software and Bluepoint over the redesign of the Demon's Souls remake? Was it Miyazaki's love for his magnum opus protecting it from the influence of others? Was it Sony's damaged reputation with From Software after mishandling the publishing of Demon's Souls? Or was it something else entirely? The result of a complicated relationship between From Software and Sony that stretches back more than a decade. To truly understand the story that underlies the closure of Bluepoint and the rejection of the Bloodborne remake, we need to separate fact from fiction, go back to the earliest days of From Software, analyze their long history as a developer, the rise of Hidetaka Miyazaki as an industry-leading auteur, and distinguish community rumors from evidence-driven reality. Piecing these facts together reveals a clearer picture in lieu of any official statements. This is the story of the rise of From Software, the legacy of Hidetaka Miyazaki, and the mystery of one of gaming's most anticipated remakes. This is the story of the once rumored, now almost real, Bloodborne remake. When From Software was first established in 1986, it began as a software development company before pivoting to creating video games with their first title, Kingsfield, in 1994. Over the next 10 to 15 years, From Software would go on to develop a wide variety of titles from survival horror to third-person shooters. While they experimented with these genres, their focus was predominantly on action RPGs, and the third-person shooter franchise Armored Core that formed the spinal pillar of their business, itself releasing 12 titles in the series pre-2009. But as the games industry matured and high-budget blockbuster games became the focus of gaming audiences, one man wanted to bring players back to their origins. His name was Hidetaka Miyazaki. Having only joined From Software in 2004, working primarily as a developer on the Armored Core series, Miyazaki became aware of a failing high fantasy game within the studio. Seeing the meandering project as an opportunity to create something of his own, Miyazaki took over leadership and designed the concept for a dark fantasy game founded on a core theme of arduous difficulty, inspired by early fantasy RPGs including the studio's own Kingsfield. We would eventually come to know this game as Demon's Souls. Demon's Souls development was rocky, to say the least. It was only very late in development that it was in a playable state. Miyazaki's genre-defining Souls mechanic was so new and punishing that on top of the game's difficulty meant that the team were conservative in presenting these fully realized ideas to Sony in fear of them demanding changes to these systems. Despite being proud of his creation, Miyazaki felt the innate challenge of the game and punishing soul mechanic in combination wouldn't sell overly well upon release, and he wasn't the only one. On February 5th, 2009, Demon's Souls launched in Japan as a PlayStation 3 exclusive. Curiously, the game wasn't launched in North America until October later that year, and Europe over an entire year later in June of 2010, which was odd. Ordinarily, simultaneous releases, or very close to that, is the approach that publishers will take to game launches. Sony had opted not to publish Demon's Souls outside of Japan. You see, Demon's Souls had been presented as a playable demo at Tokyo Game Show in October of 2008, and to put it in the words of the game's producer Takeshi Kaiji, was nothing short of a disaster, a narrative that Japanese media outlets would publish in fierce agreement. Worse yet, Sony's sitting president at the time, Shuhei Yoshida, playtested the game himself for 2 hours, and he didn't mince his words, and I quote, "This is crap. This is an unbelievably bad game," a statement he'd soon come to regret. As a result of the poor press and bad internal impressions of the game, much to From Software's frustration and disappointment, Sony, despite funding and publishing Demon's Souls, had decided to pass up on publishing it in North America and PAL regions, a decision that would impact the relationship between these two organizations. Thankfully, Atlus, a third-party publisher, was impressed with Demon's Souls in playtests and decided to endorse publishing the game in North America, with a conservative initial push of 75,000 units, which it successfully doubled in its launch month. By the end of its first year, it had sold nearly 500,000. Its slow commercial success was further bolstered by Namco Bandai Partners, a subsidiary of Bandai Namco Games, publishing the game in PAL regions the following year. Its critical success had turned the game into a cult classic, a status that it proudly retains to this very day. For Sony, this was nothing short of an embarrassing misstep. A short-term impression that had blinded them to the long-term vision of the game and its pioneering mechanics that spawned one of the most successful subgenres of the last 2 decades, an early slight on From Software that fans have speculated may have had a longer-term impact on the relationship between the studio and their publisher, Sony. When writing these stories, it can often be difficult to find true word-of-mouth accounts of the sentiment within these large corporations, but especially for Japanese companies like Sony and Nintendo that exist in a very respectful and compliant corporate environment. But there's often one person who will break the mold and provide meaningful insight beyond the opaque curtain. In this story, that person is Shuhei Yoshida, the now ex-president of Sony. Yoshida has repeatedly lamented Sony's mistake in passing over publishing Demon's Souls in other regions, most recently on the Sacred Symbols podcast.
My mistake was, when we realized the game was great after so many months of Demon's Souls release. From Software was already working on sequel, but they were so disappointed by how PlayStation treated. They didn't even publish in the US and Europe.
Interesting.
Right? We wanted to work with them again, but they passed on. And Namco did offer to joint ownership of IP,
which is big.
Or if they changed the IP, so they changed the name from Demon's Souls to
Dark Souls.
The broader impact of this slight on the developer would be to make them reconsider a strategy of selling their IP to publishers, focusing instead on building their own IP and pursuing a multi-platform approach. When Dark Souls released in 2011, it was originally intended as a sequel to Demon's Souls, but given Sony's ownership of the IP, settled for a spiritual successor. It almost feels redundant to state that the game was an overwhelming success, even if its initial sales cycle was slow compared to contemporary blockbusters. But 2 years in, the game had sold over 2.3 million copies across platforms, dwarfing Demon's Souls' prior sales performance. But from Software, it was clear multi-platform was going to be a powerhouse for the developer, a strategy that would reward them greatly in the coming days. As the years went by and 2 more Armored Core games went on the market, From Software had doubled down on the success of Dark Souls, releasing a sequel in 2014. Where Dark Souls had proven the multi-platform model was effective, the second installment, famously not directed by Miyazaki, hit 2.5 million units sold in half the time of the original, just a year after release, with over 1 million of those copies sold in its debut week. So how better to capitalize on this success than to make another exclusive with Sony? While this may seem counterintuitive, there's plenty of good reasons for From Software to work once again with Sony despite their slip-up with Demon's Souls, none more so than Sony's dominant brand that carries an almost guarantee for success from a publishing and marketing perspective. Furthermore, such deals are valuable for development studios as they can substantially de-risk the investment made in new games. A first-party publisher like Sony handles marketing, distribution, provides substantial engineering support in some projects, and funds the development of the game to boot. They get an exclusive game that drives console sales, and the developer gets royalties stemming from an agreement made before the development has begun. Often studios will pitch a game to a publisher to reap those benefits, but in this case, it was actually Sony that approached From Software.
企画の進め方として多いのは、やはりデベロッパーさんから、ソニーさんと一緒にやりたいというケースが一番多いと思います。ブラッドボーンは結構特別で、宮崎さんというクリエイターと一緒にまた新しいコンテンツを作りたいという強い意志があったので、こっちからお願いしてみた、結構特別な存在なんですけども。
So prolific and legendary had Miyazaki and From Software's names become that Sony sought after them to help sell their new PlayStation 4 that had been released in November of 2013, together with the veterans at Sony's Japan studio. It's important to focus on the wording used behind this connection between Japan studio and From Software, described formally as a new collaboration, or even a close collaboration later on. Rather than a standard publisher-developer relationship, Sony was positioning this as a symbolic partnership in the market, elevating their connection with From Software above that of other projects they were concurrently publishing. Bloodborne's initial concept was born from Miyazaki's great appreciation for Gothic horror and the Lovecraftian Cthulhu mythos, the basis for which established the hopeless and oppressive world that we would come to know and love. Sony were willing to give From Software and Miyazaki a longer leash given their recent commercial success, but the collaboration was outwardly highly positive for the development team. The pairing of Miyazaki with Japan Studios producer Masaki Yamagiwa is often cited as a clashing of titans that gave way to one of gaming's most beloved games. This era of development is one that Miyazaki would reflect on in later interviews as a period of creative satisfaction and intellectual freedom, leading to his famous fondness of the game above many of his masterpieces. Sony was putting their faith in this rising star, faith that would be duly rewarded. The trailer presented at E3 served to create a massive wave of hype in June of 2014. From its dark, horror-focused tone to its gothic presentation generated feverish excitement across the fandom. Fan speculation and anticipation was so abundant that Bloodborne won Game Informer's Most Anticipated Game Award for 2015, an accolade it would soundly deserve. As the new year emerged, the launch date of March 24, 2015 drew near. And for their patience, despite a delay, fans would be soundly rewarded. Bloodborne's critical success was one of unanimous universal acclaim. From the meticulously designed city of Yharnam to its enigmatic, rich world building and lore, to its aggressive and unforgiving combat and unique boss design, to its haunting and masterfully written score, Bloodborne solidified itself as an instant classic and was unquestionably deserving of its label as a modern masterpiece. It was to be dubbed Miyazaki's magnum opus, that some would argue is a title that it proudly retains to this very day. And it's not just fans that think so either. In a 2023 survey of over 230 industry professionals, from developers to game directors and media personalities, Bloodborne was voted as the 4th greatest game of all time. Its commercial success was nothing to scoff at either, selling through 1 million copies in its first month and past 2 million just 6 months after launch, halving the time again to reach this milestone compared to Dark Souls 2. But keep in mind, Bloodborne was a PlayStation exclusive, making these milestones substantially more impressive and reflective of the high demand that From Software's games were garnering as their reputation became more prolific. As Miyazaki began his tenure as the president of From Software in 2014, the game's critical and commercial praise was a boon for this new leadership. Miyazaki was skyrocketing in fame as much as the studio he was now responsible for. Now, a question you may be asking at this point is, but how is this all relevant to Bluepoint's rejected remake? A fair question. Bloodborne's cultural impact is sometimes underappreciated. It wasn't a breakout success. It wasn't the game that put From Software on the map as a genre-defining studio. They had already done that with Dark Souls. Bloodborne was a confident step away from the expected IP that the studio could develop. It was a bold statement from Miyazaki that with his leadership, From Software were positioned as a studio with range and a high bar for quality. Not only that, they were growing fast. So fast and with such industry-shaking success that after being sought after by Sony, one of the largest first-party publishers in the world, they demonstrated they could create hardware-selling games. What this proved is that From Software as a studio were a power player in their own right, a studio that could command respect as much as any publisher, providing them with the leverage to more selectively choose their own projects, where others would now have to seek them out to share in their success rather than rely upon the deep pockets of publishers. A brand they had cultivated from ingenuity, creativity, and a commitment to excellence that sat alongside legendary studios with grander budgets and IPs to point to. From Software had joined the pantheon of gaming, and they were only just getting started. From here, you probably know how the story goes. In 2016, Dark Souls 3 launched, selling 3 million copies in the first 3 months. In 2019, Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice released and won Game of the Year, with 2 million copies sold in its first 10 days. But as we all know, these achievements would both be dwarfed by 2022's Elden Ring, which sold an incomprehensible 13.4 million units in its first 5 weeks, and just 2 years later had sold through 25 million copies, solidifying itself as one of the best-selling video games of all time. The zeitgeist around Elden Ring was an elevation of From Software's reputation as a niche offering for hardcore players, reaching a broader audience of casual fans and achieving virality beyond the studio's wildest expectations. Not only did it win Game of the Year in 2022, but its DLC, the excellent Shadow of the Erdtree, almost won again 2 years later. Calling Elden Ring a success almost does the game an injustice for the industry-defining and generational impact that it deservedly created. Capitalizing on this success, the Kadokawa Corporation made a significant investment into From Software in 2022. The purpose of this major investment was as follows. Through the implementation of the fund procurement, From Software will aim to proactively invest in development of more powerful game IP for itself to strengthen From Software's development capabilities, and will seek to establish a framework that allows the expansion of the scope of its own publishing in the significantly growing global market. So not only were From Software backing themselves in building their empire of beloved IP, they were now actively being funded to pursue this business strategy. Elden Ring had such a staggering impact on the games industry that the once speculated preference for creating their own games was now a public statement. While Bloodborne had proven From Software's prowess in developing console-selling games, Elden Ring showed that the studio was so much more than that. From Software was on top of the world, a studio that was taking a leading role in defining this generation of gaming. So when the Bloodborne remake was pitched by Bluepoint, this is the perception that would give even greater reason for Sony to pause. Before we get to Bluepoint, let's back things up just a little bit. In the near decade between Bloodborne's release and the launch of Elden Ring, the admiration of Bloodborne only grew. From the beginning, calls for updates to the game's 30 FPS frame rate to 60 FPS were demanded, remasters were speculated, and a yearning for a sequel was discussed across forums. The words, "I'll take a PC port and 60 FPS patch" was almost an unofficial anthem of the desperate fandom. Sadly, with Sony's recent move away from publishing on PC, this seems even more unlikely. Where fan excitement exists in the void of new content, a timeline of leaks is all but inevitable. Now, I've covered this more extensively in a prior video, which I'll add a link above to for reference. But for the sake of completeness, let's briefly talk about this era. In 2025, Bloodborne celebrated its 10th anniversary with a deafening silence from both Sony and From Software, which is possibly the most apt representation of the decade since its launch. Rumors, leaks, and hoaxes were abundant during these many years, from fake leaks of high-resolution images, gaming commentator hearsay, and even leaked game footage. Much like the ravenous beasts of Yharnam, the infectiousness of Bloodborne drove the player base to insanity. Years of desperation of even a morsel of information on the topic of the game left completely unanswered. The concept of a remaster, remake, or God forbid, a sequel became so unlikely that the term Bloodbornium was coined and rolled out at each passing PlayStation Direct. Worse yet, on the 26th of February 2021, Japan Studio, the collaborative team that worked hand in hand with From Software in developing Bloodborne, was announced to be in a state of reorganization, a corporate term used to soften the dissolution of the studio. For fans, this actually wasn't all that surprising, as key talent that worked on Bloodborne announced their departure prior to the announcement, sadly including the game's famous producer, Masaki Yamagiwa. Losing one half of the winning collaboration that gave birth to Bloodborne and some of the great minds behind it was another devastating blow to the fandom, making any chance of a follow-up title, remake or otherwise, seem even more out of reach. So the only option left for die-hard fans was to take matters into their own hands. Fan projects became the last bastion of hope for future content featuring Bloodborne, whether it was the excellent Bloodborne PSX remake by Lilith Walter, the fan-favorite 60 FPS mod developed by Lance McDonald, or the much-hyped Unreal Engine 5 remake by solo developer Maxime Fouquier. The community were taking the game's future into their own hands, or at least that was the plan. In February 2025, both the Bloodborne PSX remake and the 60 FPS mod were both struck with DMCA takedowns from Sony, a move that would draw even greater ire from the community towards the publisher. Fouquier's Unreal Engine 5 remake was initially thought to have ended due to his availability and the enormous scope of the project, but following Bluepoint's closure, he took to Twitter on February 20th, 2026 with a screenshot showing that Sony had in fact issued him a cease and desist. In fear of future legal action, he too terminated his project, putting faith in this intervention as a potential sign of a forthcoming remake announcement. The last sole survivor, the community bastion against Bloodborne's lack of modernization, the famous emulator via Shad PS4 has yet to announce any formal legal action from Sony's representatives, and today remains one of the only options to play Bloodborne in 4K and 60 FPS. Now clearly, Sony needs little reason to issue these cease and desist orders and DMCA takedowns as the rightful owners of the IP. But for clarity's sake, the main motivation is to ensure that they themselves are the sole issuer of content in this universe and retain control of its future. Much like Fouquier, for fans and major media outlets, the sudden onset of takedowns and the nearing of the 10th anniversary of the game only led to more speculation of an imminent announcement, which of course never transpired. But knowing what we do about Sony's relationship with From Software and the studio's now dominant presence in the industry, it was highly likely that Sony were also wanting to maintain appearances of high professionalism in managing and protecting Bloodborne, not wanting to compromise their reputation with the developer as potential future custodians of exclusives carrying the From Software brand, and the potential for many millions of future consoles that may be sold along with it. Speaking of Sony exclusives, it's time to turn our attention back to where this all began, with Demon's Souls. In 2016, Miyazaki began publicly acknowledging fan requests for a Demon's Souls remaster. Sony, as the rightful IP owners, had simultaneously been working with a studio famed for its abilities to develop faithful remasters, which, as you surely have guessed, is our ill-fated friends Bluepoint Games. Bluepoint, fresh off the back of releasing the highly regarded remake of the hit classic Shadow of the Colossus in 2018, were tasked with the development of Demon's Souls. When it was released 2 years later, on November 19th, 2020, the game was both a critical and commercial success, selling more than 1.4 million units within its first year. Given the sparse availability of the PS5 console at the time, this was considered a success by Sony. Critics and fans of From Software's patented gameplay framework praised its faithfully re-recorded score, visual fidelity and responsive gameplay, immersive and enigmatic world building, deep RPG elements, and technical performance. At the end of the day, it was more From Software, and that was pretty hard to criticize. However, while the game may have been popular overall with critics and fans of From Software titles, legacy fans that experienced the original were left disappointed. While critique varies across the board, the main point of contention was the liberties that Bluepoint took with the game's art direction. While the remake was visually stunning, the original was incredibly detailed in the design of its visual elements. In fact, you'll be hard-pressed to find a discussion online regarding the game where passionate fans of the original aren't vehemently criticizing the remake. The original boasted armor details inspired by historic uniforms, a bleak and somber visual tone to the world, feeling as if it was in its death throes, and enemies with a haunting and at times abstract design that felt unique compared to other high fantasy titles that existed alongside the game. Whether you enjoyed Bluepoint's redesign or not, it's hard not to argue that at least some of the major visual elements that were changed lost a certain something in translation. Whether or not you could still enjoy the remake with these changes in place likely dictates which side of the debate you sit on. For our story, the major issue is that this debate has led to the narrative that Miyazaki shared in the distaste from legacy fans of the remade game. And this perception, based on the evidence that is available to us, is demonstrably false. In an interview with Edge Magazine, issue 367, released in December of 2021, Miyazaki was asked about his opinion of the remake, and his response was as follows. As you say, I was not directly involved in it, and I haven't actually played the Demons remake, but this is because I just don't enjoy playing the games that I've made in the past. It brings up a lot of old emotions, a lot of old memories, and this gets a little bit overwhelming, and it doesn't feel like playing anymore. So I have not played the Demons remake, but I'm very glad to see it get this fresh look, these brand new current gen graphics. It was an old game, so to see it get remade in this way and have new players playing it was obviously something that made me very happy. It was a rough game back in the day and a relatively rough development, so I was anxious that new players would not enjoy it in that same way. That was a cause of concern for when it was re-released, but you know, in the end, I'm just happy to see the reaction and happy to see people enjoying it. One thing that was really fun was seeing Bluepoint Games come up with things we didn't consider and to approach certain elements of the game, its visuals and its mechanics in a way that we either couldn't or didn't back in the day. So to see them researching and applying these new thought processes and new techniques, this was something that was really exciting and interesting for me. While it could be argued that Miyazaki may have been providing a professional response that was aimed at upholding a corporate standard for From Software and himself that hid his true feelings, there is no evidence that Miyazaki harbors any resentment towards Bluepoint or the Demon's Souls remake. So any arguments to the contrary are not supported by official statements and are purely speculation. Why this matters for our story is the obvious implication that Bluepoint had a tarnished reputation with From Software, leading to a rejection of future collaborations. For the sake of completeness, we can safely say this was not a driver for the rejected Bloodborne remake. Either way, to Sony, the Demon's Souls remake was a success. In fact, the success of the multiple projects that Bluepoint had delivered for the publisher, including the remake of Shadow of the Colossus, the remaster of Gravity Rush, and Uncharted's Nathan Drake collection, led to the fateful day of September 30th, 2021, the day that Bluepoint was formally acquired by Sony. Fateful, as it marked the beginning of the end for the studio. Bluepoint's first task under Sony was to assist the legendary Santa Monica Studios with the ongoing development of God of War Ragnarok. Post the game's successful launch and delivery, Bluepoint finally had the chance to achieve something that they hadn't approached since 2006, making an original game. In fact, the acquisition agreement was partially motivated by Bluepoint's desire to move away from being the remake studio that the industry had, rightly or wrongly, de facto labeled them. A quote from Marco Thrush, one of Bluepoint's founders, in relation to the Sony acquisition. It finally gives us the ability to work on original content, which is what we're actually currently doing. There's no other party we would want to partner with. It's kind of like Sony is, has, and always will be the perfect partner. Words that I'm sure he doesn't now deeply regret. As we all now know, the game that Thrush was referring to was the controversial God of War live service game that had been greenlit by Sony. When leaks and rumors spread of this project, the gaming community at large had a fairly critical reaction. God of War live service. Jesus Christ. Who the f*** thought a live service God of War game was a good idea anyway? Oh my god, good. Live service God of War, bullet dodged, Kratos in Fortnite was enough. What the f*** does a God of War live service look like? Kratos in ugly pastel-colored armor, lots of axes and microtransactions. Empty servers. Worse yet, it was questioned whether Bluepoint were the right studio to develop a live service project given their long history with single-player remakes, a sentiment that was reportedly held by developers internally at Bluepoint as well, according to Jason Schreier's Bloomberg article that broke the story of the rejected Bloodborne remake. Without official confirmation from Sony, Bluepoint, or from software, there is some faith that needs to be put in Schreier's reporting. But with a track record of correct insider reporting on many occasions, the faith is somewhat warranted. As to who conceived for the idea of the game, Sony or Bluepoint, it is still currently unclear. While rumors suggest that it was Bluepoint who pitched the game, this has never been corroborated by official or reliable sources. However, there is some rationale that we can apply to this speculation. Sony's generational live service failure needs little introduction. I'm not going to say it. I know you're already thinking of the same game that I am. Sony's vast investment into several ill-fated projects saw hundreds of millions of dollars in write-downs in its post-live service fallout, including the downturn in the elevations of acquired studios like Bungie. But these enormous investments did serve to motivate studios to pitch for live service games from the publisher as a means of sustaining their business. We know this from one man's testament. Never to be outdone as the go-to for insider information on Sony's inner workings, on the 19th of February 2025, Shuhei Yoshida provided some thoughts on the Sacred Symbols podcast covering the failure of the live service era.
From my experience, when studios see the company has a big initiative, riding on that initiative is give you a better chance of getting approved and supported.
Right.
Yeah, studios want to make their, dream games. Oftentimes they have multiple ideas they can pursue, and they see, which way the company is going. Well, out of these ideas, let's propose this one. To ride on that initiative.
Right.
Some of these studios' idea might have been chosen from that instead of Harman or whoever is telling you to make service games.
So while these rumors that Bluepoint pitched the God of War spin-off were just that, rumors, there was a chance they were founded in some truth. Either way, the outcome was the same. Despite several years of development and the assistance of Santa Monica Studio, the God of War live service game was ultimately cancelled in January of 2025. A future that, even without insider knowledge, many could have predicted based purely on the concept of the game alone. With a free slate for the Bluepoint team, there was an obvious project for them to transition to, the long speculated and anticipated Bloodborne remake, which, for the first time, turned out to be real. The pitch was reportedly very well received by Sony from a financial perspective. To quote the fandom, a new Bloodborne game is tantamount to printing money. The only hiccup was, From Software themselves had rejected the pitch, the reason for which is still, officially at least, unknown. Now do keep in mind that Sony could make a new game, remake, remaster, or even a sequel at any time, but to do so would be to slight From Software, something that they, very clearly, are unwilling to do. Between the cancellation and the rejected pitch for Bloodborne, an escalating feeling of desperation set in at Bluepoint as the studio struggled to secure a follow-up project. Pitches for a Ghost of Tsushima spin-off and a confusing Shadow of the Colossus update were both rejected. As 2025 ended and 2026 began, Bluepoint was still without a project, and as the February PlayStation State of Play aired announcing the remake of the original God of War trilogy, developers' worst fears at the studios were beginning to be realized. On the 19th of February 2026, Bluepoint's closure was announced in a press release from Sony, heralding the loss of approximately 70 developers that called the studio home. Fans and industry professionals united in the outrage of what felt like the shameless loss of such a legendary studio. How Sony had gone from acquiring them to losing them after they had survived decades. Launching well-received titles was a catalyst for anti-Sony sentiment. In fact, Lance McDonald, the developer of the Bloodborne 60 FPS mod, tweeted in defense of From Software, placing blame directly on Sony and casting doubt over the studio's role in the rejected remake. Worth noting that From Software have no say in what happens to Bloodborne, and this is PlayStation saying, "Oh, sounds good, but From Software don't want that," to a Bluepoint staff member, which is very likely just a lie. In reactions, fans were less than supportive of the speculation, and it was quickly shut down by Jason Schreier in a Reset Era forum thread, doubling down on his original reporting. While Schreier's article was never corroborated by separate independent reports, it was independently verified by Jeff Grubb of Giant Bomb, stating, "It is not a lie, that's exactly what happened. Although I get where Lance is coming from because Sony doesn't have to care about what From says. But if it doesn't, would it ever get to work with From again?" Either way, Sony's reputation with fans of Bluepoint games was in utter disarray. The needlessness of the closure felt almost personal, a feeling that would carry with them in the days to come. So now that we've caught up with the current day, we can turn back and reflect on the question, what really caused From Software to reject the remake of Bloodborne? As it stands, the answer is, officially at least, unknown, as Sony and From Software have not made any official statements, and nor will they. However, there are several different possibilities that we've explored to uncover the motivations of the developer that may elucidate the reason for this rejection. The first possibility is that From Software holds a grudge against Sony for their lack of support in publishing Demon's Souls. This is extraordinarily unlikely to be a key motivator for the decision. The most prominent piece of countering evidence being the development of Bloodborne itself. That was a successful partnership only a few years past the launch of Demon's Souls. Additionally, Sony is a majority shareholder in From Software, owning 14.09% of the company as of December 2024. Sony even recently acquired 10% of the Kadokawa Corporation, From Software's largest corporate owner, at a dominant 70% ownership of the company. While this does not imply complete harmony between the two organizations, it does mean that the two do regularly communicate at a corporate level, and have for quite some time. The second possibility is that From Software are now solely focused on a multi-platform strategy, owing to their extraordinary success with games like Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, of course Elden Ring, and its spin-off Elden Ring Night Reign. There is certainly some truth here, in that From Software games have majorly focused on multi-platform as their successes as a studio have grown.
Can I help you?
It's even likely that the genesis of this strategy could have been born from their experiences with Sony, given their platform-agnostic approach to the original Dark Souls, which shortly followed Demon's Souls' controversial release. However, there's a single, very obvious counterpoint to this argument. 2026 will, reportedly at least, see the release of The Duskbloods, a Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive, which of course means that From Software are still open to developing exclusive titles with publishers. While it isn't being published by Sony specifically, it factually states that From Software are still interested in building exclusive IP for first-party publishers to support console sales. As we know from the Kadokawa investment, their strategy is unquestionably to pursue developing their own library of IP. First-party publishing is simply still a smaller part of their broader commercial plan. Put plainly, Bloodborne is not owned by From Software, nor is Dark Souls. From Software is a studio that is evidently invested, literally and figuratively, in developing their own creative works. Any further development of these franchises would belong to third parties, not them. But From Software, this distinction clearly matters very greatly. The third possibility is that Miyazaki resented Bluepoint as a result of their treatment of Demon's Souls and rejected the Bloodborne remake as a consequence. As we now know, Miyazaki has gone on the record to state his appreciation and support of the project, meaning that this argument is highly unlikely. What is potentially more likely is that Miyazaki holds Bloodborne in special regard compared to his other works and wishes to carry on the legacy himself. Miyazaki has mentioned in prior interviews that Bloodborne was a project that he had complete creative freedom on and cites his fondness of its development as a result. But this was also further corroborated by comments from Shuhei Yoshida on the Kinda Funny Games cast in January of 2025.
Will we ever see Bloodborne again?
Oh, yeah, you'd won, right? My theory is, because I remember, Miyazaki-san really loved Bloodborne, what he created. He is interested, but he's so successful and he's so busy. He cannot do himself, but he doesn't want anyone else to touch it. And the PlayStation team respect his wish.
So with each of these possibilities laid out before us, we can attempt to answer the question of why did From Software reject Bluepoint's pitch to remake Bloodborne? The best evidence-based answer is that Miyazaki likely wants to carry the legacy of the game on himself when he or someone he deeply trusts at the studio has time to commit to it. However, as a creative, Miyazaki does appear to favor new IPs over sequels, remasters, and remakes given their track record of games since Demon's Souls. While there is a popular narrative that Miyazaki hates sequels, he has never officially stated anything so strongly worded. Rather, he has made statements stating his preference for making new titles from both a business and creative perspective. In an interview with Edge magazine in September of 2018, Miyazaki was asked whether he prefers working on new franchises or sequels. His statement was as follows: "Personally, I have no preference. That largely comes down to the business decision in the end, to what everyone wants to do. Personally, I think both have their merits. A brand new IP like Sekiro allows me and the team a lot more creative freedom to try new ideas, but a sequel is equally as fun because it allows me to refine existing ideas, to improve things that I maybe regretted doing not so well the first time around. As both a creator and a player, there's this level of creativity that means both are on an equal ground." Considering From Software's track record since focusing on developing multi-platform IPs, there's a reasonable argument that as a game director, he may prefer new titles over sequels for their creative stimulation. In his role as president from Software, it's hard to argue that continually innovating with each title isn't partly responsible or entirely responsible for their meteoric rise as a studio and startling commercial success. So developing new games rather than reinvigorating older titles owned by other companies is creatively and commercially more valuable for Miyazaki and From Software. Hence, on all fronts, it's easier to understand why Bloodborne has remained dormant since its release in 2015. But does this mean that Bloodborne will remain dormant forever, or that Miyazaki will not make sequels in the future? Absolutely not. But does it mean that it may be some time before the fanbase ever sees a return to its enrapturing universe? Given the game's gravitas, it's hard not to speculate that it's being positioned as a future console selling exclusive for Sony's next generation of consoles. But speculation aside, From Software's dalliances into new and innovative games should be a cause for celebration for fans, as the studio has proven that their strident commitment to innovation produces some of the best games the industry has seen in the last decade or two. With their recent successful push into multiplayer-focused games, it is highly unlikely that their strategy is to play it safe with their next generation of titles. Bloodborne's legacy has such cultural weight in gaming that the handling of its future needs to be carefully managed, lest its memory be tarnished. The continuation of one of gaming's most accomplished and beloved titles is a nigh impossible task for anyone, including its original creator. Bloodborne is so precious and so deeply loved, the slightest misstep could blemish a legacy that has lasted over a decade. A game so powerful that, despite its commercial value, gives titans of industry pause for want of maintaining their good graces with its creator. The question that occurs to the mind of a fan as they mull on this idea for long enough is it better to leave it well enough alone? Allow a work of art to remain preserved in a glass bottle, untouched by desire, greed, or ambition. Permit it to ever maintain its perfections and imperfections, a memory captured in red risen and granted the grace to forever exist as a beloved moment in time. Sometimes art is memorable enough to resist modernization, and Bloodborne may be one example of a game that models that description perfectly. Bloodborne is a game that sits at the center of a nexus that connects corporate power, artistic possession, and cultural legacy. Its remake wasn't rejected because it was forgotten. It was rejected because Bloodborne simply means too much.
Took my loadout, man. Well, let's see. I don't know. It's in the game right now. Oh man, I feel like they're gonna come here now. These guys. Or maybe not. Where is it? From Blossom. There we go. It's a box speak, I cannot do it. Someone is blank for some reason. Who's this, man? Someone is blank for some reason. Who's this, man? Kinda thought I heard someone, but I didn't believe it.
Hey guys, Scott here. Patch notes, you know the drill. I will say a lot of these patch notes are pretty disappointing. They are very, very much nothing burger changes to a lot of killers that we were told are getting buffed, but we'll get into it when we reach that point. So first off, let's go towards the diminishing returns. This is the system that's going to be basically curbing extreme outliers in terms of like builds, and so like if you have 4 healing perks, each healing perk will be subsequently less effective on your character, or if you're stacking a bunch of haste on killer or stacking a bunch of gen speed. Basically, they're trying to get away from people specializing into one specific thing and doing that way too well, and kind of bringing it back so everyone can have something like that, but it becomes easier to balance when there are less extremes on both sides. So this is a good change in my opinion. I know a lot of people might be disappointed that, their 7,000% haste clown build might not be okay, or their 8,000% gen speed build or whatever might not be okay, but overall I think this is a change that does need to happen. So try to view this as a long-term fix rather than to be, upset about something right now. I do think this is required long-term for them to have better perk design in the game going forward. But I would definitely say the main problem is stacking perks on survivors in terms of like numerically how many people are running that perk. That's I think the thing they still need to address. Hopefully they will at some point. The fact that they've introduced the idea of diminishing returns is good, and I think that's a good stepping stone into them realizing that they should be doing something like that. Because yeah, again, it's like we're having this scenario where four fast tracks way too strong. One of them is still fine, but what are they going to do instead? They're going to make one fast track way worse. So that is exactly what they did. Spoiler, but that's what I think they need to get to, but I've already made several videos about that, so I don't want to yap about that anymore. But overall, I think this is a good step, and it's something that people should be tentatively optimistic for, at least in my opinion. Progress bar, this is just basically making it so whenever an interaction is now going faster than its default value, the bar will be gold, and when it's going slower than the default value, it'll be red. This is confusing to players because, like, if they group up on a generator with somebody else, the bar turns red, even though you are technically repairing it significantly faster than normal because there's two people on it, you get an efficiency penalty per person on the generator, and that was confusing people. So now, if there's two people on the gen, it shouldn't be red anymore because you're now doing it faster than the default value. And they made that clear by saying the color is dependent on the individual contributor, which implies now it's based on everybody contributing to that thing. Strangely enough, this might actually make people group up on gens more, which would be an overall buff to killer, because spreading out is by far the strongest thing you can do on Survivor. So it is funny that this might make people see, oh hey, two people on a gen, it's gold now. That's a good thing. I want gold. And then it's actually probably the worst thing you can do. So as a killer main, I mean, I'm okay with that. But they should probably be more clear overall that spreading out is what you're supposed to do as Survivor.
I cannot do that.
Absolute W here, though. Visible team first. We've been asking for this for years. Now on the match detail screen, you can just see team built. So if someone's slugged on the ground, you can check if they have Unbreakable, if they're first hooked, but they got an unhooked before you, check if they have Deliverance. I mean, there's a million things that you can glean from this to make solo queues much closer to Survivor friends, and I think that's very, very important. That's definitely the gap we need to make smaller and smaller and smaller. So that is just objectively good. I can't think of a single downside to this. And they did actually address the whole point where you could see the killer early into the match. Apparently it's not until like a minute in you actually see the killer's icon and their power and stuff, which is good. By a minute in, you can know what the killer is. It's like that first 30 seconds that the stealth killer really want to benefit from, but after a minute, I mean, you know what the killer is at that point. So I think that's all fine. I don't have a single bad thing to say about this part. Spectator mode, a couple little buffs, whatever, not a big deal. Doesn't really affect that many people. They're not watching comp or anything like that. Some more aura customization for specific killer elements, like the more control stations, things like that. That's nice to have. Again, it's not very exciting, but it's also not a single bad thing about it. Fine. And now we come down to the nerfs and buffs. So Blight's movement speed is now 4.4, which I think is completely fine. Breaking it down, pallet reduces rush tokens to 2 below maximum. So basically, you're going to get set back to 3 and resets current rush recharge rate to 0%. So that'll give you maybe 5 or 6 seconds to actually make some distance before it's right on the left again. Which I think is maybe the difference between you getting to a loop and not. So that actually could be a pretty significant nerf. Again, we're talking about a significant nerf to a killer who is the best one in the entire game, who is still going to be in probably the top 5, 6 killers. So honestly, he's still going to be fine, but there might be a little bit of backlash at the start from, Blight players that were not particularly good at Blight that just broke pallets and used this power to catch back up. That's basically the lowest form of Blight that exists, and frankly, getting killed by that type of Blight is a little frustrating because they're not even good at the killer, but they're still killing you because Blight is so strong. So this won't do that much to strong Blights. Strong Blights will still win the vast majority of their games, but there are a couple of loops where 110% movement speed is going to feel a bit rough, even to very good Blights. So if you're talking about Shelter Woods with those short round rock loops, you're probably just going to have to M1 there unless there's a tree you can bounce off nearby. It's going to become very RNG dependent because playing those loops as a 110 killer with no power is painful. But if there's a tree or a rock or something you can bounce off of, it'll be just like normal Blight. So it's going to be hard to say. I don't play much Blight anymore. So I'm going to let, the Blight mains let me know exactly how bad this is. But I do think for the most part, they'll be just fine in most of their games. But newer or less experienced Blights are going to feel a bit more impacted by this. But he's still going to be one of the best killers in the game. So, Doctor. Now, this is where we start getting disappointing. We saw this giant list of killers that are getting buffs. Now, I did say we should be tentatively excited about it because behavior very often does stuff like this where they're like, all right, this killer's getting a boost or something, and then like a value is changed by like 1% and you don't even know what changed. So that really seems to be what we got here. Most of these buffs are basically absolutely nothing and won't change where the killer currently stands, any tier lists or anything like that. Some of them are a little bit more impactful, but most of these you probably won't even notice. So Doctor, the delay of shock therapy is now 0.75 or 0.8. So every one of these run, I want to say discipline. I don't know my Dr. add-ons off the top of my head. It's the one that reduces the detonation delay of the shock effect. And you kind of need that, especially like on high ping, because you need that shock to happen before they commit to the vault, before they drop the pallet or vault the pallet or whatever. So everyone always runs at least one of those add-ons to make that a lot easier and to account for high ping, because they're at high ping too. You can shock them before they even enter the animation and they'll still vault, because on their screen they still vaulted. So that's just how networking works, but it is not really much of a change here. This is basically putting half of an add-on base kit as far as I'm aware, and that's it. So okay, Doctor's still not a very good killer. Bubba, the maximum chainsaw sweep speed is now 5.45 meters a second from 5.35. Small increase. It might, 1 in every 50 saws get you an additional down, so that's great. It's not like Bubba is OP or anything though, so this is not going to make him anything but low to mid tier. So ever since they removed face camping, Bubba has dropped off massively, which, to be fair, obviously that's a strategy that shouldn't be pushed because it's boring as fuck for everybody involved, but they should have buffed him heavily in other areas to be able to deal with that, you know what I mean? So this isn't really not much of a change either. Ghostface, the night trap cooldown is now 15 seconds from 17 seconds, which is, nice, but then you look at the add-on that they nerfed. They did the classic behavior one too, where they buff the power and then nerf the add-on that gave you that effect, so really nothing has changed. I don't know, whatever. He's still shit. This doesn't change anything. Demogorgon had maybe a sizable increase, so the shred movement speed is now 19 meters a second, was 18.4. The speed doesn't matter, it was already insanely fast, but the turn rate was basically double, which is pretty decent. The thing is, I don't think this is going to give you that much of a... It's not really going to practically change how well you can shred people. For those who don't understand what this means, basically when you shred in mostly a straight line. You can move a tiny bit left and right. This is going to double the amount you can move during that shred. So it might be a little bit better for adjusting for a very last second change in direction from a survivor. I'm going to have to play with this to really understand exactly what this feels like. But that could be pretty decent in my opinion. That's like something that gives his anti-loop a lot more flexibility in terms of last second adjustments. And it's going to be skill based too, because you're going to have to flick the shit out of your mouse really quickly to be able to, adjust for where the survivor is trying to juke you. They also increased the duration of undetectable from coming out of portals to 12 seconds, which was 5 seconds. Doesn't really matter very much. He's extremely loud. He stomps around. He snarls. You're never going to get a grab or anything like that, but it might let you get a bit closer to somebody. Because 12 seconds from 5 seconds, that's a pretty sizable increase. I do think that is, putting, again, it's an add-on base kit, nerf the add-on type situation, but that is good, because I never used to run that add-on anyway. So, I mean, I think that's overall fine, and I'm happy with that. So, Demogorgon actually got some pretty sizable buffs. He'll still be a mid-tier killer, but he'll be a bit better than he used to be, so that's nice to see. Dredge. Increased movement speed while charging Rain of Darkness 4 meters a second was 3.8. So, used to move slightly slower than survivors while holding the power to try to teleport back to a remnant or run to a locker or whatever. Now he uses 18. So, this will make his zoning and move slightly better. I know it's only 20 meters a second, but that difference is impactful because you are now not losing any distance anymore when you're trying to, mind game. It's a 50-50, let's be real. When you're trying to 50-50 a survivor, you'll lose less distance now. So, that is a buff, but Dredge is still a pretty sad killer. I think he's one of the weakest killers in the entire game, unless you're on like 1 of 3 maps, in which he's actually extremely good. Every time someone defends Dredge, you're like, look at this game, and then it's Midwich, and you're like, yeah, no shit. Midwich is the map he's very good on. But other than that, he's usually pretty shitty and way too dependent on weird locker RNG and stuff like that. So, Dredge, unfortunately, despite making his zoning a bit better, which is nice to see, he's still not going to be a good killer. Wesker actually got some pretty sizable buffs, which is weird because among these killers, he's probably the best one in this list. So decrease the recovery time of your limp bound to 2.7 seconds was 3 seconds. Again, a lot of this is adding add-on base kit, nerfing add-on, but it's still welcome to see because Wesker's got a lot of really good add-ons. You want to run like Jeweled Beetle and, you know, maybe Egg or, you know, Lion Medallion. He's got a lot of add-ons that you do want to run, and not having to run these other ones is pretty nice. Decrease charge time per token of 5 seconds, so he gets his power back faster. And increase the duration of chain-bound window to 2.5 seconds was 2, so a little bit of base kit egg there as well. So overall, sizable buffs to Wesker. Strangely, the strongest one in this entire list, and he gets the most buffs. So it's kind of weird design philosophy there. This is probably the killer least in need of buffs, and he received the most buffs. So I don't know, whatever. Skull Merchant got the craziest buffs of all. She got new icons. I'm sorry. It's funny. This is like the list of all these killers. I mean, obviously other than Blight because he got nerfed. Of all these killers, Wesker is the strongest, at least in my opinion, and he gets the most buffs. Skull Merchant is the weakest, and she got literally no changes other than cosmetic icons. It's just funny to me. It's just, I mean, how can you not laugh at how stupid that is? I'm sorry. Unknown. Decreased cooldown in VVX to 6.25 was 7 seconds. Definitely welcome. Decreased weakened survivor's vision, linear duration of 0.75 seconds was 1.25. So these combined will actually give you a bit more wiggle room for unknown players to actually hit people with their power before the weakness is cured. Because as it stands right now, you basically have like a 2 or 3 second window to hit your power if the survivor's maintaining line of sight on you, and that's an extremely punishing window for a killer that's frankly kind of hard to play correctly. So this is going to give you a bit more wiggle room there, which is nice. Honestly, I think they could have gone even further with this, but overall I think this is a very safe change, and Unknown is already a pretty decent killer in good hands, but unfortunately he's dog shit if you're not a master with him. He's a very punishing killer that if you don't play perfectly, he's not very good. But for people that are very good in Unknown, this will be a nice change because, yeah, increasing that wiggle room even by an additional second is absolutely massive. So that'll be really nice to have. Animatronic Springtrap has now decreased recall time when it's in the environment and decreased recall time when it's in a survivor. So this basically means you can just get your axe back faster now, which is nice. They tried to incentivize using the whole like camera system more. They kind of like, you know, said that they were going to do that on the dev stream, but honestly, even though they changed the battery consumption for camera use and teleportation, there's still no incentive to use it. Like, they actually said they were gonna like make Springtrap significantly stronger, so you had to actually interact with the camera system and actually play Five Nights at Freddy's, which is cool because it's a cool element of the game that no one fucking uses because it's pointless. It's just, you just treat him like Huntress and you just, that's how it is. But they didn't make him any more threatening. I guess the slight cooldown is better, but that doesn't change anything. He can still throw his axe. Like, it doesn't change the thing they said they were gonna do. So I don't know what the hell they were talking about. Even though it's less punishing to use the cameras now, no one's gonna use the cameras anyway, because why would you waste time doing that and not doing generators? So I don't know what the hell they were talking about. I think they just made that up or something, that they had a plan and then they just went back on the plan. The only change I like here that's really nice is they made the grab button not an M1 so you don't accidentally slap them. Now you press M2 to grab them, which I like a lot. Honestly, I think every killer that had an interaction like that, like Myers, they should all be on the exact same. That's how it should work. It should be on M2, not M1 or whatever the fuck it's on. So, I mean, this is disappointing. They didn't do the thing that they said. Just straight up. They just said they were going to do something and then Nurse's add-on. This is nice. I don't think she needed the longer lunge after a blink add-on. That's fine. I kind of would like to see more base kit nerfs to nurse, perhaps, but take what I can get, I guess. Ghostface add-on was nerfed. Again, it's because they added some of the base kit. I get that, but dude, it's not like he needed the trade-off. He's so shit. Let him have both. Let him have a shorter cooldown. He'll still be shit. Like, you don't need to do this. Wesker, Loose Crank was increased the move speed between the first and second bound to by 15% was 8%, so that is an actual buff. And Egg was nerfed from 20% from 50%, but they did add a lot of that base kit. So Wesker was really the biggest winner out of all this. Egg was nerfed, but he got a lot of the base kit, and he just actually gets a huge buff to Loose Crank. So, I mean, overall, I think that is just good changes to him. For Springtrap, decrease the minimum time to retrieve an axe in an environment with 10%. Again, it's the classic thing it's 1-2. Nerf the add-on, and then put some of it into the base kit build. Blinding a fire axe reveals survivors within 6 meters to security doors within killer instinct with 4 meters, whatever. Fast track. So this is unfortunately, exactly what I said they were going to do, instead of making it less effective for Survivor. So if you bring it solo and no one else has it, it's still as effective. They just made it, they just have what it does, so. Okay. That's pretty much it. Overall, I think I was disappointed with most of this. We saw a lot of incoming killer buffs, and most of them were basically non-existent or slight nerfs even. So yeah, overall, really the only massive W here is going to be the visible team perks. This is absolutely huge, but in terms of a PTB, pretty uneventful, pretty boring, pretty disappointing, not very exciting. You can hear my voice, I'm not very thrilled. All right, bye.
Thank you for the assist there. I was in a bind, and you got me out of it. I could have gotten out of it at any point. But I was you happened to come by and made that plan irrelevant. Perhaps I'll tell you along the way. Well, if you are, I may be able to lend a... You helped me. I can't complain about that offer. You ready to head out then?
Zirik. Barco.
The Scalebane were never meant to be common thugs. That's straight no. Scalebane use these to stage ambushes on people and trader caravans. Don't do that. Makes me sick to see them exploit our people. You cut through them like butter. I would hate to be on your bad side. Tombs supposedly hold untold levels of wealth. I would hate to be on your bad side. I'd love to clear them out at some point, but we've got far too much to do right now.
Hi everyone, it's Thrax. I've been playing Last Epoch pretty much non-stop since it came out. I'm really enjoying the season. I think this is one of the best versions of Last Epoch ever. I want to make the State of Last Epoch video for you. Actually, I've quite a bit written down. I have several pages here to go through. And EHG reached out to me and said that they're going to be doing like some planning in April for the future on what they're going to be developing. So I am 100% sure they're going to see this video and I'll send the document. But what it also means is if you guys have any comments, put them down below if you have anything that I missed or you want to double down on something or leave feedback. Thumbs up it if you guys like the ideas of Rise to the Top, and they'll probably look there as well. But I sat there with Twitch chat and YouTube chat for a few hours today brainstorming, and we've got a lot of stuff. Let's just get to it. Start with the good things about this season. I love the corruption mechanic. One thing that EHG does very well is usually when they take a system from another game and put their spin on it. I think a lot of them have grown up playing Path of Exile, and I really like how corruption functions in Last Epoch. I think in general, it's a little bit more favorable for you to get good results than in the other games. But very, very crazy things happen. Sometimes you get +1 to all skills. Sometimes it makes everything max roll. Sometimes it makes everything minimum roll. Sometimes it adds a random affix. Sometimes it removes the affix. Sometimes it changes the item entirely. Sometimes it makes it not wearable. I love the different takes that they have and all the different outcomes. It kept it pretty fresh even after I corrupted 50 different items. Did a very good job there, and I think in the future, if you come up with more crazy stuff, I think you should add it to the game. I think corruption adds another layer to the end game, which is something we always cry for in ARPGs. So I really love that this is in the game now. The new monolith UIs that you put in and the new 5-point system to get to the end game, although it was like different for people to try to understand, I think this system is better. So I like that. I played the Bladestorm Rogue a lot. I'm going to be fighting Uber Aberoth soon. I keep making characters, respecking, and I'm fighting Uber Aberoth on Lightning Blast right now, which I should make some build guides for. I've been following Blizzard's builds and Dina's builds and Frozen Sentinel's builds on Max Roll, but anyway, I should make some videos to explain. But I know a lot of people have also been liking the Shadow, so it looks like the 2 new things that you were mainly targeting have been successful. The graphics continue to improve, and kind of that new, I should put in there like the combat feel. Okay, I did type it here. I think this is actually very important for Last Epoch. A lot of people don't like playing it because the combat didn't feel punchy. A lot of people think that the graphics are really dated in Last Epoch. It's very fair feedback compared to like the AAA games like PoE 2 and Diablo 4. But the improvements that you make season over season, they're noticeable. The game is looking better and better. If you guys keep doing that, I think in the not too distant future, it's going to be a beautiful game. Not to say that it isn't now, but I'm trying to give you a compliment here. In general, the graphics are looking better. Keep doing those things. The season mechanic with the Omen windows, I liked it. It's like Breach. It's rewarding and challenging. I guess if I was going to give one piece of feedback, one thing that I think made it more difficult, I'm not sure if this was on purpose, but you always seem to spawn it like against a wall, which doesn't really give you that much area to move around in. Now, maybe you were afraid like spawning enemies already like 360 degrees around us is going to be overwhelming. But I would prefer to have freedom to move around the battlefield than what we currently have. That would be my feedback on the piece that I didn't really like from it. But in general, whenever I saw them, I did them, and I felt I was rewarded for it. So I guess that's all you can ask for. In your little hideout, you move the treasure chest to the loot filter. Oh, I love that. And I noticed that. I've asked that for that. That was one of the first things I ever asked for. And you're like, nah, that we like it how it is. I'm like, okay, I don't know why you like that, but whatever. Now that it's in the middle, I like it way better. And obviously all the changes to the updated loot filter, I changed the rules from 75 to like, I don't know, 170. I don't know what the number is. So that's nice. I do have some ideas on how to make the loot filter even better, though. Not only from I can just make it better with what we currently have, but other ideas that we'll share later. Kind of in the meh category for me is echo chains. One thing that I think that I try to do is I try to be fair, right? So it's not really fair for me to say I'm worried about the Diablo 4 expansion and how the war plans are just doing 5 things that we already do for more rewards, and then being super in love with it in Last Epoch when it's essentially the same thing. We do 5 things in a row for more rewards. I just don't love the whole idea of it. It doesn't excite me at all. But I do love how it instantly opens the next one. The portal will just go to the next one. Oh, I love that. But the whole idea of it, to me personally, it's just very meh. It was rewarding, and it did get pretty damn challenging. So we did well in that area. I don't know. It didn't do a whole lot. That's the honest feedback. Now let's go to things that need improvement, and we sat there brainstorming for this because EHG literally asked us to, so here we go. Okay, so respecking skill points. I can't tell you how many people brought this up. Let me give you a very specific example, right? So I was in Last Epoch, and I was playing a mage, and I was leveling up. I was in the campaign. And I was playing Glacier, and Glacier is supposed to be one of the best leveling builds, but it was just going okay. I really wasn't that impressed with it. And then chat was like, Rax, go into your Glacier and respec it and take out like 5 points out of it and respec it so you buff the middle node instead of the end node, and it'll feel way better. And I go, okay. So I open the tab, I remove the points, I remove 5. And then what you do is you play the game and you get XP and it goes back up, right? Well, I did a zone, I checked my skills, and then another zone, and another zone, and then I got like 1 point back. And I almost immediately realized, at least in the campaign, if you actually try to respec your skill, and you had it like you were going one way and you took out the 5 points and you wanted to put the 5 points back in, you can't do that quickly at all. In the end game, you can. If I respec a bunch of these points and I go do like an end game map, it'll give me a shitload of them, if not all of them, in 1 map. It's not really a problem in the end game, but I really don't understand why that's kind of built into the game. Like, people that are in the campaign at low levels, they might want to explore with all of the different skills that you've made and all of the different trees, and I think you should be encouraging them to try different things and da-da-da-da-da. You want to know how I felt when I put 16 points into Glacier? It wasn't feeling that good. Someone gave me a suggestion. I respect it to back 5 points. And I did like multiple zones and I just didn't get the points back. I just felt so defeated. I was like, you want to know what? Even though what I was doing was not great, I sure would rather have those 5 points in my skill than not be able to get them back. So I would encourage EHG just to have a thought process about how exactly do we get skill points back, and does this penalty even really make sense? Like, does it actually add something to the game? I'm gonna say this one time, and I like to say this in these document videos that I make. I completely understand, and I completely agree with that there needs to be some areas of friction in ARPGs, and definitely some areas of friction in the end game that encourage you to keep playing, to grind for something, to hit that $1 million item, to search for things, right? What I don't want you to do is I don't want you to nerf everything and make everything just free. Everything drops, everything's automatic. I get everything instantly, blah, 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 blah. I love that I've been playing the game for a week, and there isn't one piece of gear that I have that can't be better. And I'm not talking like 1 in a trillion 4 LPs slams into a corruption. I'm talking like it could be reasonably better. That's great design. I don't want you to get away from that. But there are some points of friction that actually just feel, not only, they feel like almost pointless, they also feel like they're counterintuitive to good things that you've designed. I'm only going to say that once. I'm gonna talk about some things where there's some friction that doesn't make any sense to me for them to consider.
I cannot do that.
Endgame full respec costs are so high that casuals can't do it once. This was literal feedback from a couple people in my chat, but I was shocked. So I leveled this mage. Right now I am level 97. I leveled this mage until I was level 91 as a spell blade. And then I decided I wanted to change to a rune master. So I went over to the respec guy and I said, all right, well, let me respec. It costs me 700,000 gold. At the time when I did it, I only had 1.1 million, but I had really never spent any gold at all on anything because I'm COF and not Merchant's Guild. So it almost cost me every piece of gold I had ever acquired on both my rogue and my mage to change my ascendancy. Again, same idea. I don't want you to make it free. I want it to be expensive, but I think at least at the higher levels, I think it costs more as you level up. It's a crazy cost. You might want to ease up on that a little bit. Several people in my chat said that they made their first character, they didn't really like it, they got to like 85, they went to the guy to go respec to another build, they didn't have enough gold. So what do you think they're gonna do? Are they gonna say, oh, well, I don't have enough gold to play the character I don't like, so I'm gonna go play the character I don't like to get enough gold to have the chance to re-roll it to something I like? No, they're gonna stop playing your game. Again, don't make it free, don't make it 10 gold, don't make it a trivial amount of gold, but should it really cost you $700,000 gold at level 91? Wow. Duplicating a loot filter rule slides you up on the loot filter for no reason. This is just kind of a thing. Sorry. My bad. There we go. Yeah, so if you go into the loot filter, this is so annoying. If you go here, oh, I'm here. I want to duplicate this. Why in the world did you slide? Why does it do that? Please get rid of that. Now later on, I'm gonna have to go back in the video and see which were like duplicated. Anyway, please get rid of that. So annoying. Okay, this is a big one. Okay, so when I was leveling up and I was doing the Woven Echoes, which are a super important part of this game, there's two issues here. The first issue is when you buy the Woven Echoes, the whole point is like the gotta catch 'em all system to get your points to put into your Weaver tree. The only way for you to tell which of these you've actually ran is by reading the bottom of the text in gray. One Weaver point has already been earned from completing. That's fine, but nobody reads anything, and you guys have a much better system already in the game. When you have not completed a Woven Echo, there's a big green plus sign in the top right corner here, which you can't see because I did them all, but I have. So, if you put the green plus sign right here, that would be amazing. Please add that. That's way better than reading this. The other thing about Woven Echoes is try to tell me which Woven Echo is above my cursor. The only people who would know that are the absolute gigachads of the game. People have not memorized what the symbols are. So like, if you want to just find the one where, oh, I want to find the one that buffs the other temples. What was that strategy again? How do you figure it out? Well, you just kind of randomly go around here until you find Lost Folly. What we need badly is a search bar. We need a search bar or something. Someone suggested to put the names of every Woven Echo above it. Maybe, I don't know if I love that. I do love the simplicity of the UI. For the love of God, we need a search bar so we can search Temple, or I can search Lost Folly. We need something here because there ain't almost less than 1% of your player base is going to memorize what are these symbols, or what is their exact placement within the UI. Plus, as you add woven echoes in the future, the placement might change, so that wouldn't even work anyway. In the stash, okay, here's another one. So if we go to the stash, can I just hit T? No, let's just go like this. So when you duplicate a tab, it moves it to the left and it turns off the color. I don't know why it does either of those things. Because when you're duplicating a tab, if I'm duplicating the Armor 4 tab under Uniques, what do I want to make? I want to make the Armor 5 tab, and we read left to right. At least this side of the world, or most of the world, I think, reads left to right, right? So if I duplicate this, I expect it to copy the tab and put it over here to the right, and I would name it A5, and it would keep the color and keep all the settings as it is, right? Well, what happens? If I right-click this, duplicate it, okay, and then I rename it A5, what happens? You moved it to the left. I didn't want it to do that. I wanted it to go to the right, and you remove the color. Why? I'm duplicating the tab. So please, put it on the right. I think that's what I would guess at least 95% of players do. And please keep the color.
Stay safe, traveler.
We'll get to more on the stash tab in a moment. This is just me. This is just me talking. People can sound off in the comments if they agree. The chat, at least with me when I had discussion, seemed to vehemently agree with me. I think idols are not only very difficult to acquire in Last Epoch, I think they're also one of the least fun things to acquire. I would rather do anything in Last Epoch than do the cemeteries. I would rather go kill bosses. I would rather do woven echoes. I would rather go kill dinosaurs. I would rather just randomly progress through a monolith or something. There aren't very many things that I find less fun, personally, than going into those cemeteries. But despite that, I spend most of my time in cemeteries because it seems like when I'm trying to hit an idol, a class-specific idol, with both stats correct, it's already very rare to find it. I feel like I have to spend almost all of my prophecies on idols to even have a chance to make this happen. And then I'm doing the cemeteries, and at the end, it's got the little enchanting thing where you can re-roll it like twice.
I am not sure if we can. Was it just
don't
me
get what you want, and then we have a corruption mechanic on
I am
top
not
of
sure
that.
if we can
Bro,
trust this friend
I can't
of
even
yours.
get that far. Like, I can't ever seem to get my idols in place. Again, I'm actually begging you. I don't want you to make it free. I don't want it to be so easy to get them and craft on them that I have nothing to do. But what I am saying is, almost without exception, when I'm making an endgame character, as my gear is progressing toward the endgame, my idols do not progress at the same rate. They're always behind. I find it like a miracle if I can actually get the right ones. Maybe it's a skill issue. Maybe I'm using the idol prophecies and I'm using the idol rewards from Echoing, and I'm going into pretty much every cemetery that I can. I'm clicking the reroll. Maybe there's something else that I'm missing. Maybe I have a skill issue, but my idols are never, ever up to par with my harvest. Number 6, I think you should change this in the game. I think this is going to be universally agreed upon, if not 99%. Harbinger needles got to be the worst mechanic in Last Epoch. You actually solved the problem that Diablo 2 had that everybody knew it should solve. You gave us the charm slot, which we call items, as a separate thing from our inventory. Harbinger needles are the exact opposite of that awesome system. Now, when I want to go buff my timelines, which everybody wants to do, I have to remember to carry these around, take this out, put this in, kill the boss, and then put this back in, and then I don't have this little buff while I fight the boss. Now I don't have capped poison res because in the end game people min-max it, so it works just perfectly. This gameplay loop is terrible, and it's against the awesome system that you made. Please give us something. Like, you did a great job, for example, fixing another terrible gameplay loop, which is how you did the, I can't remember what it was. Was it a rune of stability? Whatever it used to be. And you built it into the UI. You just go here and you just click the plus sign. Brilliant. That's what I'm talking about. Something like that for Harbinger Needles. If you want to keep Harbinger Needles in game. Honestly, if you have a meeting and you decide that they're stupid as hell and you just want to get rid of them, I would be fine with that too. The way that they currently work, it's 0 out of 10. So, a lot of people are asking for updates to the game guide. I agree. First of all, let's be honest, you guys have probably one of the best in-game game guides in the industry, right? So, good job. It's good. But it could be better. Let me give you an example. Now, what I'm not asking you for the answer. I'm asking you for how, look at the process of how we did this answer. Firestarter Torch. This is probably the best leveling item in the game. Why is it the best leveling item in the game? Right in the middle, because of Spreading Flames. So my question is very simple. What does Spreading Flames do? What is it? How do I make Spreading Flames do more damage? Because it's all of my damage. Well, if you look at the bottom of the tooltip, we can hold Control and Alt to get the mod explanation. Spreading Flames deals 50 fire damage per 4 seconds, spreads between enemies, it cannot stack. Okay, that is some good information. But how do I scale it? So it sounds like it's fire damage, and it sounds like damage over time. Good elemental damage over time to scale it. I mean, since it's burning things around it, could it possibly be an area thing? Like, how do I make this Firestarter a godly clean? Again, it has nothing to do with it. Searched it, found out the answer or anything like that. The question is, I can't figure it out. You go here to the Spreading Flame, it's not in the game. Right? So the feedback here is, if the game guide could be a little bit more up to date, if somehow we could understand, like, if there's tags, what those tags are, how we scale it in the description, things like that are important. In general, you do a great job of it, but I wanted to give you a specific example of how you could make it better. Here's something that I thought was shocking. When you fight Lagon in the endgame, I'm not talking about in the campaign. In the endgame, if you 100-0 the tentacles, which I do every single time, I kill Lagon right away, as I do with every boss. His HP stays at 0, and it automatically triggers the tentacle phase. Why? Like, I'm sitting there for 30 seconds, just waiting. The boss is already dead. I'm just waiting. The waves are pretty. I love them. They look very nice. Waiting. And then I port back, and Lagon is dead, and my loot it wasn't like I have a clip of me on YouTube one-shotting him instantly, and the loot just drops. I'm not sure why that changed. Why did it change? Can we just kill Lagon like any other boss, please? So here's an interesting question. This is not a hill I want to die on. I don't care if people leave it. But I do want to have a conversation about the runes of shatter. It don't make sense to me. I'll tell you why. So, a rune of shatter. This is the basic thing that you do to destroy your gear, and you build up your affix tanks you can craft, right? That whole idea is good. I like you get the affixes. I like the crafting system. It's real nice. The thing about rune of shattering is it never really seems to matter in the game. It doesn't seem to have a spot in the game where it actually makes sense to me. So when you start off brand new character, I don't shatter anything. I just go through the campaign. I don't shatter anything. I would honestly like to shatter things, if I'm being honest, but I just don't have any gold. And I don't have that much gold to spend 2,000 gold apiece to buy them. And for me to go to the town, buy them, shatter tier 1 physical res to get one more click on one item, I just go to the monolith until I have a lot of money. Then when I have a good amount of money, like let's call it the mid game, now every time I do a woven echo or a echo of any kind, I can buy like 6 or 7 of them from the guy, and I'll shatter my T4 and my T5 affixes. I can keep pace. I never run out. So with the vendor there, they're not scarce at all. And then you reach the end game where not only do I never shatter anything anymore, like I have the affixes, now I have 500 of these. So where in Last Epoch did Runes of Shattering ever actually play an important role in my game? This could argue in the mid game, it's a little bit of a gold sink while I keep it up, while I build my affix bank. But then costing 2,000 gold at the beginning of the game, I just don't shatter it. Is that what you want me to do? I doubt it. I bet you would want to teach people, hey, pick up this tier 1 physical res, shatter it, and put it on that T2 physical res thing you just got to get T3 physical res, like a teaching tool, right? So like another thing is in other ARPGs, they don't do that either. What do you do if you want to break something down in PoE 2? Just take it to the salvage bench, you just salvage it. You know what I mean? So I love your crafting. You've got arguably the best crafting system in ARPGs. Runes of Shattering, they're fine for me. They don't bother me. I ignore them, and then I use them for one day, and then I never use them again, and then I have 999 of them. And I don't think that's a me thing. I think that's actually very common for people that are familiar with the game. It's got nothing to do with being a blaster. That's just the actual progression of a Rune of Shattering in this game. So does it need to be, can we just shatter something? Is that so crazy? Or should they cost 2,000 gold at the beginning of the game so we can actually buy them, use them, and teach the new people how to craft? I think it's worth a discussion. Maybe you guys have discussed it before. The Rune of Shattering here is the thing that doesn't make sense to me. Improving the hideout. So you guys have done some nice things. Move the treasure chest to the middle. You put the portal that auto goes through the echo chains. Love that. I'm a big fan of PoE giving you your own customizable space. Can we ever customize this area? Can we put the respec NPC in our hideout? Can we put the blessing man right here? Like, I do come to the end of time, but I only come here to if I want to pick a new blessing, or I come here if I want to respec. Is that why? Like, you want us to come here sometimes? You want there to be a central hub? I mean, I guess sometimes I see 1 or 2 people here, but it's in and out and we're gone. By the way, I guess another comment I can make is I never used to gamble. Like, we used to gamble, like, in the campaign, if you knew, like, the full leveling guide, you gamble for a Chris once you unlock that weapon at that specific level. But I don't know, does the gambler ever have a function in the end game? Is there a plan for that? That would be, I guess, another question. And you do have the dungeon where you do the gambling, maybe more over there, but another question, I guess. Anyway, improving the hideout. I like that you did this through leagues, putting the treasure chest in, just some other ideas. Okay, so let's talk about COF. So, oh my god, 29 minutes. Jesus. I got a lot more to go. I have the third page. Let me go fast, guys. I'm sorry. Let's talk about COF. So COF is SSF. Alright, well, I think I heard a rumor that you guys are doing some new COF stuff, which is nice. By the way, again, it needs to be said, I think you guys have one of the best systems. You actually spec into trading or you spec into COF. That idea is excellent. I guess, okay, so one thing that I think is pretty bad here is it's just so tedious is the lenses. So you buy the lenses that you want. There's a lot of different options. That's cool. You come over here and you have a bunch of different telescopes. It's like an observatory. It's pointing in different directions. I like that. That's cool. But the problem is I go over here and then I got to buy the 3 lenses and put them here. And if I want to do armors later, well, I have 2 choices. I buy more lenses. I put them over here. I buy 4 copies of every single thing. Or I take these lenses out and then I walk over there and drag them. Again, not a big deal. It's not the end of the world. But it is kind of annoying. Why are we doing that? Another thing about the lenses is they unlock, and some of them unlock with your COF level. So, why are we buying the lenses from that vendor at all? Why can't I go here and just select the 3 lenses I want to use right here as I've unlocked them? Okay, I'm rank 8, now I can use this lens. New lens available, blah, 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 blah. Another thing that you could do, again, not a hill I want to die on, not a big problem. Is there a reason why we need 4 different telescopes? Can there just be like a giant ass telescope and like an amazing like space background with comets and meteors going everywhere? We just click the one telescope. We use our UI to pick our 3 favorite lenses, and then we just maybe there's a UI up here. You want to search for you want to look for constellations with armors or accessories, something like that. Another thing that people have asked me to put in the document is a lot of times the icon here, which is usually what you base your choice off of when you're re-rolling them, like the same icon can mean 2 different things. So you see the icon, but no, you got to actually read it to make sure it's not the one that you don't want. So if we can have a unique icon for everything, that would be great. Another thing, yeah, double negative. So another thing is people are I can't tell you how many times I've been asked this about what does this lens mean because it has a double negative here. Reduced chance for prophecies to have events that are not mono. The whole like double negative thing there sends people's minds into the 4th dimension. So if we could get rid of those, maybe clean up that toolkit, that would be great. Yeah. Okay. Merchant's Guild. I have never played Merchant's Guild before. I always play SSMs. This is just from the community. They said relisting your item entirely to edit something is dumb. Like they want to change one thing about their listing, but then they have to completely relist it. That's how I understood it from them telling me. They would like more granular search functionality, but then the search function when there's searching like spell crit takes you on a wild goose chase and like opens your skill tree or your passive. That's gotta be a bug or something. Anyway, there's a Reddit thread. I'll send it. There's some weird things with searching and relisting your items. If you're any Merchant's Guild players out there that I missed something, type it down below. Let's go to the wish list. Now I got some wish lists because you guys said you have a big meeting in April. You said you would watch this video and read the comments. Okay, so here we go. So I think we need a way to save our stash tab structure. So it took me forever. Like people asked me this week, Rax, why are you not like making your beautiful auto stash tab thing? I'm like, because I'm not making it until I have to. So what I did was I just kept buying gray tab, the next one, and just vomiting stuff in before I built in the dump tab, the exalted tab with all the weapons and the armor and then the idols, So we could sit here and brainstorm 1,000 different ways for you to do this. And honestly, you guys are good at coming up with these systems. You don't need me to tell you what to do. So that's fine. Just like as a possible idea, when you beat Act 10 in the campaign, or when you unlock the power of Monolith, whatever you want to do, maybe as a reward for entering the empowered Monolith, there's like a default structure or a structure that you save. Maybe there's like 10 tabs or 15 tabs that just it starts you off on your beautiful structure. Maybe it's one weapon tab, one armor tab, one ring tab, one jewelry tab, one relic tab, whatever you want to do. And it just unlocks it for people. Or Another idea is you could gray it out, and then you could just hit right-click buy, right-click buy, right-click unlock as we go into the new season. Or some other idea that you have. Another thing you could do with it is you could have like saved layouts. You know how you can save a loot filter? Rax's universal filter. You could have people save their layout. Here's Lizard's stash tab layout where people could copy it and boom, it takes the tabs and it sorts it that way. Another cool idea. I mean, I'm just throwing it out here, throwing out the ideas. Another thing that you guys just changed, which I actually would have been wish was to begin with. Maybe people disagree with me. You guys changed it so when you go to your stash, it goes back to the last tab that you were in. Not bad. It's definitely better than what we had. That is not what I would have chosen. What I would have chosen is you pick a default tab that it goes to. I always want you to go to this tab, the dump games. And the reason why I want that instead of where I was is because I vomit stuff into this tab, and when it doesn't, when it appears here, it means one of two things. It either means whatever appears here, let's say it's this. If this appears here, it means that my weapon unique tab needs a new one. I can easily do that and solve that. Or if it appears here, it means it's not after anything in any structure that I've built. So if it doesn't fit anywhere in my stash, I need to look at it. Why did I even pick this up? Is this a new item? What is this thing? So when you bring me here, instead, where I was, maybe I was looking at a unique, I don't get to do that as easily. Let's say this is a weird item that I have no clue what it is, and I'm just vomiting all the auto stuff in here, and I vomit this, and it appears here when it wasn't supposed to be here. Now all of a sudden, I'm never gonna find this thing because I'm just I spray and then I go, right? So I still have to go back to the dump tab and remember that I'm vomiting here. Anyway, that is just to say, I wish instead that you could select a tab to default, always go here instead of where you were. I think that's mouse options. I can't even tell you how many times people have asked for this. Judd, the leader, was in my chat one day. He said that usually he just advises people use YOLO mouse. That's fine. YOLO mouse is a great program, but I think it's just built people asking for it, and I think it's like the $1 million thing that I think Jonathan Rogers talked about here too. We should never go for a solution that is outside of last epoch. Like, look at the mouse. It's very, very tiny, and that's it. That's what you get. So I would love some mouse options within last epoch. I think it's way better than using it. You really can't pause the game, and especially when you're using the eggs. I brought this up in the league with the eggs. The eggs are literally there for you to open a UI, click the egg, click the stash tab, search for an item, put the item in. This takes time. Even if you're a robot, even if you're a Terminator, it takes time to do this. Meanwhile, the aggro range of Last Epoch is pretty large. It's much larger than just the screen, the visible screen that you have. Even if you kill the whole screen and you go to the egg thing, monsters are attacking you every time. It's so annoying. And then if they kill you while you're doing it, you lose the echo. So if we can get paused, at least in solo play or while we're doing the egg or something, anything like that, I would love it. Chat suggested this, I thought it was a good idea. So in PoE 2, this current endgame system, we're gonna get a new endgame patch. Maybe they'll change it. They have a little indicator on the side of the map telling you what is in the map. Like, there's a loot goblin, or there's a cemetery, or there is an exiled mage, or whatever. some people say that they get anxiety that they miss. So they just look around and they say, "Well, I just played PoE 2. I wish they had a little checklist for me because I don't like to do all these things in my head." This doesn't really impact me. I mean, well, I guess that's not true. Because I was trying to get a spoon, and I was always wondering, I wonder if there's an exiled mage thing in my map. You could argue that saying that there is in the top right corner ruins the surprise of it and makes the game worse. You could argue that. Maybe it's a good argument, actually. But what I'm telling you is if you did add that in the game, it would help people. And for some people, it would remove their anxiety. For other people, it would be like, well, I need a spoon. I'm done with the map. Is there an exiled mage that I miss? No, I don't see it over there. Okay, I go next. Nothing I'm gonna live or die on, but regular Aberroth seems to be a normal part of the game now. People reach regular Aberroth. He is way more beatable than Uber Aberroth. Every time you fight him, it's gotta be the RP, the talking, the cutscene, the walking down. Uber Aberroth doesn't do any of that. He comes down and he fights you. So I'm wondering, on a new season launch, maybe the first time you want to see the RP, you want to kill the 2 Nemesis ahead of time. On subsequent Aberroth attempts, can we maybe just go straight into the fight? Kind of thing. DPS meter on the target dummy. I was just talking to Bina. He's trying to tell me how to calculate your damage per second on a target dummy. He's like, well, it has 1 billion health and it regenerates 100,000 health a second. So you do this much damage over this time and calculate it with DPS meter over there. Here is one thing. Now here's something that I don't have a good solution. I don't have an idea. But I'll tell you something that pisses everybody off. I guarantee it pisses off EHG when they go right last week. You have something that has plus skills on it. Like, I'm wearing the spoon, and I swap it out, and I put on a new spoon, or I'm just making some adjustments. You wanna know what always happens? You go over here, you have all of these extra skills. Every time you edit it, it goes like that. Now, you could argue, like, as a game developer, that might be hard to solve. Like, how would you solve it? Pause it and ask them, are you sure? Like, that's the one to do. Like, I don't know if I have a great solution here, but I know it pisses me off. I know it pisses everybody off. So if anybody at EHG has some ideas about how when you're switching gear to do a check, like, if we reach the same skill number, just don't make any changes or something, or I don't know. Again, I don't know. It seems like a difficult problem to solve, but maybe somebody has an idea. I hate that. Let's go to the loot filter. I already talked about this. So on the loot filter, I like the new functionality. You guys implemented a lot of what I asked for in the community. Thank you. So, I'm thinking about the loot filter from somebody that is not comfortable with loot filters. I want to make them comfortable. How do I do that? Well, I could make a YouTube video, which I did, but that's not as good as, like, just having a guide to tell them, right? So you want to know what I do? What I did? I put a guide in my video. Put a bunch of phantom blue hoodie things to tell you this isn't a rule. I'm just talking to you. Where I would describe the rules below it. Like, just read this paragraph, and then it will teach you how to set this up for glory, right? I understand that this loot filter right now is very basic. It's just like a text file you copy over, but you guys could find out a way to do like a great chapter 6, chapter 5, chapter 4. We could have like designers. We could have collapsible rules. Like all these collapse. And I think this would have so much value for anybody who makes mobile games. Even if you make your own, you could write yourself a little note about what you're doing season after season. I think the value here is extremely high. So if you could make something like that, that would be great. Another thing that you can consider is dynamic. The easiest example that comes to mind would be something like with shards, right? So we have the ability now to filter out shards if we don't want to see them. But it's only between common and rare. But what if the rule could be dynamic, where it read how many you currently have, and you just say, listen, show me every shard that I don't have at least 50 of in the game. That would be awesome. So dynamic rules, that would change based upon the progression of the work. Anything that you could do with that, I would probably do. Just an idea. And then I really, I mean, the number one thing for me, the number one thing for every ARPG, it's all health and same standards. Everything that you can do to either make the existing game more fun, the end game, or add to the end game, is money for me. I think if I could name the top 2 reasons why I hear in my chat that people do not play Last Epoch, the first reason is they don't like the graphics. That's probably the one I hear the most. The second reason is that the end game is boring. So I think you are making meaningful updates to the end game every patch. This patch got corruption. That's end game. And it's fun. And it's gambling. People like that. That's good. You added another Uber boss in between the 2 bosses. That's end game. That's good. You could argue echo chains are end game. Whatever, we'll count it. Doing stuff like that. Put stuff like that in everything. Try to make it better, try to make it more exciting, and I think that will get a lot of people back. Oh no, okay, this is way too long. Nobody's gonna watch this video. That's my feedback. Again, I'm providing a lot of feedback. A, because I was asked to. B, because I care about the game. I'm trying to make it better. I'm trying to be a good member of the community. That's the idea. If you guys have any thoughts, please put it down below. Let's thumbs up. If you see a good idea in the comments, you love it, thumbs up it, comment it, push it up so people read it, okay? Thank you so much, guys. I should make at least one video talking about some of the builds that I played to show you. I'm sorry that I haven't. I've just been playing. I don't know. I've been a bad YouTuber lately. I've got to knock it off. We got to make more videos, and videos that aren't 48 minutes long. Thank you.
How's my new favorite bounty hunter doing? Do you have good news? I never doubted you, but I'm impressed nonetheless. After you're done with your business in the temple, I sure wouldn't mind having you around once the Scalebane are under new management. Plenty of jobs to do around here, and even more once I'm running the show.
I cannot do that.
You're now looking. I may be a thief. Despite all that, I'm win-win. All right. Once you're done after that. Oh, come on. Where's that fighting spirit? It's going to work. It's not like you've got any other options.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Farewell.
Before we go any further, first, there's the Merchant Guild. You were in Thetima before, and you likely ran into some of them. Then you will find both the bazaar and observatory nearby. Keep in mind, picking one ally is the same as shunning another. While you're allied with one, you won't be accepted into the other until you break those ties. Decisions, eh?
You can sell and buy items at normal price.
Ever seen someone trying to block a rock slide?
Split them in. Chop, chop, chop.
Long weapons, sharp prices.
Quality, right down to the hilt.
Protect your heart. You don't want to lose a finger, do you?
Style or function? Trick question.
These boots were made for walking.
Want to survive, the best defense is an impenetrable one.
Let's see him get through this.
A fine blade will take you far. Swords forged by the...
Welcome to the bazaar, home of the Merchants Guild. Here to make some go trading with us? I'm Nama, leader of the Merchant Guild. Without me around to make these lowlifes play nice, they still be nothing but look at us now, practically running the beating heart of the city. Did he? So let's talk. You're the traveler who took up simple. Information is power, and I like being power if you accept it. Think of the... You'll start off as a minnow, sure, but keep trading with us. What do you say? Ready to grab the wheel? With our help, you can buy and sell gear from travelers all across Iterra. You'll become rich beyond your wildest dreams. Need something? If you want easy, what better way to start setting up shop? And before you know it, need something? If you want more information, Kubra over there should be happy to help you.
Our esteemed guest, welcome to the bazaar. I am Kubra, and here to shop, sell, you've come to the right place. There are various quarters at each stall. Now that you are a member yourself, you may also trade directly with other traveling members you encounter. Return to me once you have visited a store, and I will assist you with any further questions, or help you view your stall and sell your own gear.
How's your head, traveler?
Welcome back. Do you wish to open your stall and sell something?
Is there a shield? Is there a shield around here?
Shields. You can even throw them these days.
Tackling. Welcome to my channel.
Clubs of all types.
Oh, the guy.
A sharp blade.
Rarest scepters around.
This one might turn you into a pumpkin.
Come, pull this string, traveller.
A wandering quiver leads to a wandering shot.
For strength, for stamina.
A full quiver is a sign of a prepared marksman.
Stone of Jewels. Who?
Splitterman! Ah! What Axes! Bring
A mace this big can solve all sorts of problems.
He remembers you.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Stand down or die. I cannot
Good day, traveler. Farewell.
I see you made some friends. Knew you'd be. While you're allied with one, you won't be accepted into the other until you break those ties. Decisions, eh?
Hmm?
Farewell.
Plenty of YouTubers and streamers have failed and had their careers cut short, but one man refused his fate. He's been relentlessly targeted by trolls, or detractors, as he would put it.
You're a loser.
Some of whom were outright demented and obsessive. He accidentally streamed himself throttling his turkey.
Oh, the camera's on.
He's been copyright strikes, demonetized, had accounts of his terminated, he went bankrupt, and yet he's still standing.
Enjoy your live stream fails. I'll sit here making content, making money, and having a great time with my audience, and you can get banned.
Who's often been compared to a cockroach due to his impeccable survival skills in the realm of online content creation. No matter how objectively wrong he is, no matter how destitute his life becomes, no matter how much he has to kneel and beg for money on his streams.
Let's get some super chats. Let's get some tips. What is going?
Two weeks. Okay, let's see. Oh my god. Ow. Fuck you and your demote. Oi, oi, oi. Which one? Damage Bastion. Gainable lightning damage comets. Search supply. Hello.
Attention all raiders. The electromagnetic storm is interfering with our surface equipment. If you're exploring topside, steer clear of any open areas as best you can.
Hello, Raider! No! Howdy!
Head home at the Overlook air shaft.
Hello. Anybody looking lightning to hit? lightning. Hello, hello.
Hey!
stand his ground, and through his screeching, nasally tone, mouth off to anyone who dares to criticize him. You may think you've seen egotism and delusion before, but you have seen nothing if you haven't witnessed the one-man army, Phil, wage his crusade against his detractors, which include trolls, the IRS, his gambling addiction, and ultimately, reality itself.
Okay, I'm gonna start my new attack. Put this and put it on Reddit for me, okay? Hello, Reddit readers. Hi, everyone who sits on Reddit all day reading it. I received $1 tip so far today. Wow, this has been a great podcast. Don't ever ask anything of me ever again.
Now stay in that miserable slumber in PC. You are literally bum to me. Now share this on your poverty. Weirdo rats are gonna keep coming back. Why? Because you keep smelling the syrup.
So just get banned now and speak up that game ever again. Unless we get 50 subs by the end of tonight, now we're being 49. You're never getting text messages in your world support ever again. It's the worst support I've ever gotten ever in my life. I've never gone $5.
A lot has happened since my first video on Darkside. I titled the video a failure, and unfortunately, it looks like 10 years is turning into 20. We'll begin today's video in 2023 AD, which came to a close for Phil in a very dark manner. DSP was the victim of the vile crime of robbery. His words, not mine. But our courageous hero downplays the severity of this vicious attack, saying it wasn't a big deal and that he's fine. When he went on stream to reveal the full extent of this robbery, he explains that what actually happened is he left his shopping cart unattended for 2 minutes as he waddled through the entire supermarket to get cranberry sauce, and when he finally got back, the cart was gone, along with his reusable shopping bags.
Why would you look for a cart of someone else's shopped goods and take that cart?
He then recalls having waddled for several minutes more in search of his forsaken cart, cranberry sauce in hand, as the realization set in that some heinous criminal had made away with his loot. The fact that rapscallions would engage in such foul thievery at the local Walmart in this day and age sickens me, and is also a massive shock. In all seriousness, Darkside of Phil's story has continued his losses weren't just measured in finances, but also in moral, as he accidentally exposed himself on stream as being a dreadful Norwood shooter. Frankly, I have empathy for Phil here. My recommendation, the Tower of Babylon hairdo. Nobody will suspect a thing. Let's not forget, however, that no weapon formed against Darkside Phil shall prosper, as despite suffering from a shortage of money and hair follicles, to this day, he remains the immovable object he's proved himself to be in every way. For example, in December, he weighed in on the gaming news of the time regarding the Game of the Year awards, which he confidently stated would go to a mainstream AAA game like Starfield, and definitely would never go to a computer RPG like Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3 is popular right now, but once Starfield hits, you're likely not going to hear anything about Baldur's Gate ever again. Baldur's Gate 3 could literally be the best game of the decade, and it's still not going to get as much attention as a game like Starfield. You have to understand.
To the surprise of millions, DSP was actually wrong, and Baldur's Gate won Game of the Year. Phil handled the situation with all the poise you can expect him to have.
I'm addressing directly people who are ridiculous or unfair. That's who I address with this nonsense. Were you foaming at the mouth today to come to my stream to say, I can't wait to call out Phil on being wrong because Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year? If you were, you are.
As far as I'm concerned, Baldur's Gate winning just proves that the gaming industry is conspiring against Phil. Whoever picked Baldur's Gate to win the award just to spite him is probably the same person responsible for tweaking every single game that comes out just to make sure Phil sucks at them and rages.
I wasn't touching a single button in the game. What a piece of shit.
This is one of the things people latched on to DSP for in the first place. His constant rages at games and his inability to accept that he is simply bad at them. He'll blame the game mechanics, his controller, his internet, the mailman, literally anything other than himself.
You idiots at Nintendo. It's just endless hits with items you keep giving people behind me. There's no driving involved. You're so dumb.
His lack of skill is only matched by his lack of impulse control, as he has emotional meltdowns every time he loses, and he loses a lot.
I'm not doing it wrong. The game just doesn't doesn't want to give me footing there.
Some of his crash outs, however, are more questionable than others. For example, this one.
No skill or effort in anything you've done. Zero. Zero skill or effort. Just stand there and throw Sonic Boom. The game doesn't work right online. You can't react to it. You numbskull idiot. So if you want to do that, then why even play a fighting game? You can play a shoot 'em up. You don't have to play a fighting game to do it. Go play R-Type.
Buffoon, you mouth drooler.
The person beating him here and being called a mouth drooler who puts no effort into gaming is Spliced Helix, a father and gaming streamer who was diagnosed with MS in 2011. His condition clearly doesn't stop him from destroying DSP and Street Fighter, though.
All he has to do, there's no effort here.
No skill or effort in anything he's done.
Obviously, Phil probably had no idea he was calling a guy with MS a numbskull idiot, but it is pretty funny and ironic to know that he got smoked by him.
Numbskull idiot.
As far as I'm concerned, it was either a level playing field or Phil was actually at a disadvantage here. No able-bodied person consistently has Phil's output when it comes to the quality of his playthroughs, or play troughs, as he put it in his channel's promo.
Numbskull idiot.
It would be one thing if this was an isolated incident, but it turns out that Phil does a lot of friendly fire during his Street Fighter streams.
What does this mean? This is like something that someone who's mentally slow would do. Oh, look, I beat you, so now I'm going to scroll my menu. Why are you doing that? You look like a moron. You look like you have like a mental incapacitation. Why are you doing that? You're not taunting me. You just look like really incredibly stupid. Like, dude, I won a match, now I do this, dude. Like, why would you do that? It's the same as, oh, I won, let me play with my fidget spinner now.
There is an argument to be made, however, that Phil is actually good at Street Fighter, but he just keeps getting distracted by the scantily clad characters. If you're a Street Fighter gamer, then you may think I'm referring to Cammy or Chun-Li here, as they've been the focus of a lot of gooners for the entirety of their existence. But it's much more likely we're talking about the Russian wrestler Zangief, for multiple reasons. DSP has proved himself incapable of resisting the temptation to ogle at muscular men.
Or World Tour, I think. Oh. Hey now, look at this stud. You know, I looked like that once in my life, in my dreams. Alright, I guess we gotta make our avatar. This is gonna be very exciting.
If you want that, that's fine. Enjoy it in your own time, your own space, in your own playthroughs. Or go to someone else's Horn Dog streams where they're doing that kind of stuff. You're not gonna find that content here.
Oh, time and time again, he's made it clear what he truly enjoys in life.
Back then, McDonald's nuggets were actually like succulent.
You would bite into it and it would be like a juicy
burst of meat in your mouth.
And it was salty, but it tasted really good.
Setting aside these instances of DSP showing side effects of being on heart medication, the fact of the matter is, images of huge, sweaty wrestlers are historically something DSP will spend thousands of dollars on. I mean, literally. One of the main reasons DSP has gotten so much flack for e-begging on his streams and constantly guilt-tripping his audience about his bills or whatever else he needs money for is that he has been repeatedly exposed over the years for spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on a mobile game called WWE Champions. His original account on this game had the same handle as his YouTube, They Call Me DSP, but he eventually changed it to Down From the Rafters to try and throw people off his trail. Detractors simply continued to track the account's activity and match it to DSP's on-stream activity, and obviously, whenever he was busy on stream, the account wasn't active, and whenever he was gone, suddenly things started moving.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I need that money, I really do. I need that money. Pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill. Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's exactly what you are, a bunch of empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks.
In one of these instances, a Twitter user named TJ Gamebox noticed something interesting. During one of DSP's bathroom breaks during stream, he instantly fired up WWE Champions and started burning through his bank account, spending $2,000 in one single bathroom break before he stopped. The sheer depth of this man's addiction is hard to explain, and this was not an exceptional circumstance either. Multiple times throughout 2024, DSP's account was documented as having spent up to over $2,000 in one single session. His behavior in the community is so infamous that talking about DSP is strictly forbidden in the WWE Champion subreddit.
Do not speak his name.
Imagine if you were such an insane gambler that the MGM Grand in Vegas banned its customers from even mentioning you. Now, despite how bad gambling is for gambling addicts, I'm not trying to moralize about gamblers here. I probably would be deathly addicted to gambling if I tried it, so I don't want to judge too hard.
No, I lost it all.
However, most gamblers either spend their own money or they are gambling streamers, and their viewers know that every penny and dime they donate is going straight to the house. DSP, on the other hand, conceals his addiction by misplacing his dopamine starvation onto his streams. One of life's hardest tasks is trying to psychoanalyze whatever is going on in Phil's mind. It appears to be mostly vacant, albeit with some thought-resembling observations peppered throughout. I will say, I think one of the things a lot of people miss about Phil's aggressive e-begging episodes, such as this one.
This game is the worst support I've ever gotten ever in my history of streaming for games. I've never gone $5 a whole stream. So,
is that his emotional charge in the donations comes from his attachment to WWE champions. I'm sure that his debt and his nostalgia for the times when his online content actually made any money has something to do with it, but nowadays, I suspect that's a much smaller factor than his need for juicers. I doubt he's ever going to get to the point where he's debt-free and won't constantly be looking over to the tip amount as he streams, because a gambler is never satisfied. Credit where credit is due, though. He does a really good job of misdirecting and making everything about him being an e-beggar or a man-child. But beyond that, in his deeper psychology, I think he's just yearning for that mythical Hulk Hogan pull.
Oh my gosh! This isn't happening!
Everything else is a sideshow, a hobby. I don't even think he can find joy in other stuff as much as he just tolerates it. For example, he used to be into fighting games, but he's clearly worn out and tired of them altogether. He doesn't seem concerned with even trying to be good, or at the very least, not being a terribly sore loser.
this is such trash gameplay, see? Do you want to feedback, huh? You're a trash player. You're a trash player playing Tiger Cammy, online with lag, dropping half my moves, and you're going to teabag me? No, you're going to get blocked, and I'm never playing you again. What a loser.
The funniest part is, he's gone out of his way to denounce what he just did on stream, which is quitting the match when you see that you're about to lose.
Because if you're pulling the plug on a fighting game on...
Let's head home at the Overlook Air Shaft. Be wandering around out in the open if I were you. You may not be made of metal, but you won't take kindly to getting struck by lightning. Over there.
Hello. You are aimed by the sniper tower. You better run. Problem solved.
Okay. Hey there! Hello there! Hey! Howdy!
Joe, zove me oko 12 i 15. Tamo smo ko štale da ti ispržim koje ja imaš.
Dobro, znači, u redu.
Ima super.
Dobro.
Hey, hello.
On screen. 5 minutes
Howdy.
left. Go find a way home.
Howdy.
I repeat, 5 minutes.
Hello, Raider.
Oh, I'm offering a free blueprint if anybody wants it. It's not a trap. Isn't supposed to be. Hello, hello. Anybody wanna get in? Hello. No? Okay.
Can I help you?
Kizik. Welcome to my channel.
Zakis.
Ajnal Discord.
Perfect.
A to je... To je...
Uf,
Boris Makić. A vi ne radite danas?
Baš,
baš lepo.
ne radimo danas. Fino.
Fino. Pa otkud...
Na ovom softveru za slušalice baš za video igre Što mi ovo radi?
Šta tačno? Ti zvučni profili?
Ma da, no baš biram igra i onda mi on sam namjesti profil. Hunt, Ark Riders, šta sam još namjestio? Imam jedno 5-6 tih profila.
Lepo.
Šta se radi?
Kod mene? Pa radim neke challenge, izazove kako hoćeš.
You kept your rank.
Jesi, ali znaš kako, ja sam imao 65.000 i dirankoli su me. Pa ti vidi.
Koliko?
65.000 sam imao.
Ujebote živo. Ti otišao baš onaj...
Možeš misliti koliko su imali ovi pored mene, razumeš, ostali. Ja sam teo da odem u močvaru da skupljam kilove tamo. Sad ti možeš, ako hoćeš da te munja otrese koji put, ako te munja otrese, do 4000 treba da, kad svaki put kad dodari munja, kad ti uradi štetu, dobiješ kao taj damage. To ti kao daje poena. A ne, nego munja te koliko ti skine health-a, toliko dobiješ poena. Treba da nakupiš ba 4000 za koliko? 3 zvezdice. Ja mislim da se mene lupala jedno 5-6 puta i na kraju zadnji put me usmrtila. Sam se dovuka pješke sa onom torbom. Ima ona torba što ti daje da možeš da kad si oboren da se dovučeš. Vukao sam se 200 metara od izlaza. Za ovo ti ključ ne treba.
Čekaj da ga sklonim.
Ne, apsolutno nema potrebe. Ovo ti je jedna močvara nesretna.
Od oružja treba već što nositi nešto.
Pa vidjet ćeš šta se ja forum. Šta nosiš inače?
Magnum samo.
Dobro, nemoj si.
Angela.
Nemoj si. Preferirao bi da uzmeš šabljan, ali dobro, kao bonus oružja.
Hoćeš mogu poneti.
Pa ponesi. Možda zatreba. Kurac. Kasno. Kasno. Lejt Markom Kosova radi. Imam ja dva dobra oružja za PvP. Oba su dobro za PvP, nažalost. Jedno mi je dao neurotik, a drugo sam drugo se ja napravio.
Ujebote, ali...
Sad kako hoćeš, treba mu da te trese do 4000 poena. Po želji.
Neko je poginuo.
A ne mora biti, možda se preforsirao s munjama. Znaš, ima i toga.
Sad imamo ovo da skupimo, evo misija mi ovo tamo.
Nije da sam ga čuo. Bukvalno sam pregazio preko njega. Hello!
Samo za ovo.
Ne jedan, nego dvojica.
Ovo su dusi. 30 izbjegavam da igram, mnogo su, brate, agresivni. Pa da, duosi uglavnom razmisle pre nego što te napadnu. 30 su mnogo krvoženi. Znam aki su. To ti je 50% ili 80% da je fight u 30-ima. Svi su nervozni, znaš. U duosima džene, zato što imaš druge arkove koji su solidno opasni, a imaš i druge duose, znaš, i onda mnogo neprijatelja. U 30-ima već, znaš, može se napasti.
Hranimo petla. Petla možeš i s onim miksom kao voća hraniti.
Ajde, ovo ću ti pozajmi, drži. Eto, to je da me braniš. A što se mene lično tiče, imam ja nešto u rukavu.
Energizer.
Ne. Verujem jabličani. Kad go naprediš na maks i staviš mu dobre attachmente, to raznosi.
A je, kaj prvo nastavno.
Out there.
Imam i ovdje da uništavam ove neprijatelje u slobodno.
No, pa nisi ovdje slučajno došao, znaš. Klizeći start. Bilo bi poželjno da i Bastion ovdje, onda je mogli da uradimo 2-3 za rad kod jednog, znaš. Ajde, zombi.
Evo ga Bastion.
Da, prvo moram pobijem moje male.
Ljudi za nas.
Ja bi izvadio shotgun da sam ti ja ti. Samo ti to kažeš. Pa, neće Envilom ništa uraditi, shotgunom vjerojatno hoće.
A ja Envil je baš dobar.
Ne ako ima shield. Ne pravi trenutak da lutaš, ali dobro. Opušteno.
Ne očekuju, ali ne očekuju.
Niko ne očekuje da lutaš, da. Ni ja ne očekujem da lutaš. Babin. Hello.
Can I preko puta se?
Hello.
Hello.
Of course,
Okay,
of course.
We are friendly, don't worry, man.
Yeah, be friendly.
I keep talking. Ajde potražimo neku kometu. Odi. Koliko spojena dobio? Koliko? Nema veze, koliko spojena dobio?
Dobio sam... ništa, nula.
Onda stani nek te lupa, šta da ti kažem?
Kako me roknulo jebo.
Da, ali... Bolje se skloni unutra sad.
Što ideš na munju, Martin?
A to ti je... challenge, ajde.
To će nam shield.
Dobar savjet bi ti bio da to radiš bez shielda, inače ćeš ostati bez shielda. Koliko imaš sad?
A bez shielda ćemo biti instant.
Neće. Koliko? 72 poena?
72% mi je shield, a
Ne.
poena imam
Nisam pitao.
1710.
Pa skini onda shield, ti kažem.
Znao puno bi ovih.
A idi na drugu mapu idi. Na drugu mapu idi. To munja ošinula ili?
Munja. Gdje si info? Evo ih. to sačmara jebote?
Energy weapon. Onako džene, traži malo navikavanja da bi skontao kako puca. Ne znam, ti trenutno mainuješ taj Envil, a ja bi samo shotgun ovdje držao, zato što svaka druga glava, op, nema, viš zvun. Nema trika da bi se šetao pištoljem ovdje, ili bez oružja ili sa shotgunom.
To za municiju, odlično.
Ne, nego to ti je challenge da pozoveš supply. Ja znaš...
Izbacit ćeš i municiju sada, jel?
Pa izbacit ćeš ti, ja vidim. Jel ti fali dosta za 4000?
Ovaj lightning mi fali još malo, a supply ovo mi je tek prvak još 6. Damage bastions 0, damage combat 0.
Bastion će se pojaviti malo kasnije, sjećaš se da su ga oni koknuli dok smo mi cijepali normalne arkove.
Gdje je palo ovo?
Sred vode. Tagovao sam ti bio, ne znam si vidio.
A nisam izvijem.
Ne mađu, u sred vode je palo.
Čuo me malo dobro.
Evo ti odi vam u vodu.
Čujem me. Evo ga ovaj bastion je.
A eto ga, jebi ga. Nađi cover neki dobar. Jebi ga, to ti nije baš cover. Pucaj ga u guzicu, labati.
Da, ček, samo da
Kasno, već je prošlo. Imao si vremena. Bio je staniran.
Ja, ali ovo skida, brale. Baš šurim.
Pazi, vidiš da se pomerio.
Pop je došao iza leđa, mamu ti jebem.
Odavde je došao. Drži on, Makiću. Išao si previše guzicom prema onome okrenu, zato ti izašao napred.
Što neće od hila, jer treba, jer...
Samo izaberi jednu stranu i pazi. Ti si predugo van kavera, znaš, to je tvoj problem. Treba da opališ jedan metak i da se povučeš. Sve tako.
Joj, evo i vatri.
Pazi, pazi, Bastio s leđa. Pazi, pazi. Moraš gledat, Makić.
Ja sam mrtav.
Kako si sad mrtav, objasni mi.
Za malo, brate. Vidi.
A mislim da pop se vrti oko nas, samo to ti kažem, znaš? Mislim da ga čujem.
Samo sam ubio jedno.
Drži ovo.
još 10.
Evi ga Matiću, drži ovo.
Dobro, okej. Otkad je ovaj bak?
Pa nije jak, nego ima mnogo... Jesi vidio koliko smo ubili onih malih jedinica?
Crkni više. O jebo.
Mi treba da bježimo odavde, znaš. Ajmo Majkić. Bježanije odavde. Ajmo bježi.
Zakačeno minija je.
Jel imaš onaj foto electric low?
Imam.
Samo šeti u šumu. Imaš ti još municije za taj shotgun?
Imam još koji metar.
Dobro, treba ti možda za izlaz, ako se budemo rokali s ljudima. Pohilaj se ovdje. Ako imaš imam ja.
Imam krp. Ujebote.
Ajmo. Ja sam pao dole. Pazi da se ne pobiješ tu s njima. penjem
Evo
se.
i ja. Aj, munja me srušila.
Nema veze.
Jebem ti mater.
Tapkaj space da spopneš gore. Ovdje. Odi. Odi ka meni, tu. Moraš vamo, jebi ga. Ne, nemoj tamo. Odi.
Last warning. 2 minutes left. Head back immediately. The window is closing.
Head home at the water treatment elevator.
Čekaj, gdje je taj... Danas su bile merdevine ili onaj kurac. Evo ga ovdje.
Vidi ovo govno. Imam onaj cloak.
Hey there!
Ovdje se još niko nije krio, a?
Vidi.
Pa imam i ja tu peckalicu za moje.
Vidi ovo što nam radi sada.
Ti nas munje poviti, a?
Pa jebote, sad baš ovdje udarak, kad treba da me pogodi nigdje nema.
Get in. If possible, get in.
Thank you guys. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, thank you.
GG, guys.
GG. Have fun next match.
Jebote, život.
Nadam sam iskoristio sve što sam imao. I electric lock, i žice, i rechargere. Sve što sam imao sam iskoristio. Borba je postala velika.
Dobio sam 2 blueprinta.
Radio si 3 challenge odjednom, ili tako?
Yes. Extended shot mag 2 i complex gun parts blueprint. Dobio sam i torrente.
Dobar dan.
I full krakera sam dobio.
Dobro.
Šta ima? Šta maj?
Šta je maj?
Šta je maj? Ko je maj?
I would like to stay and chat, but I gotta run. Neki robovi rade.
Robozog.
Radni dan, jel?
Pa bili subotu, znaš, po želji.
Brate, ovog Milana
Zove, da me bodri, da mi pravi zasad. Da mi prepreči cestu kad idem ka poslu.
Da ti bude prevoz.
Moralna podrška.
Taksi služba.
Jest. Kao da ja umem da hodam. Treba mi onda da vozi. Baš ste rekao, malo se nebulozni Reći taj shotgun, koristi ga kako god želiš. Ništa, to je da se nosi.
17k igrača u Call of Duty, više ima Hunt u Call of Duty.
Ne može zajebavati.
Kunem ti se, već, znaš te, ova igra spala, već. A zato što nemaju šta da, brate, izmisli prave govna neka.
Stavili su free to play svaki mod koji su mogli. Tako ljudi neće da im kupe igru.
Pa što bi uzeo smeće?
A, sada daju free to play smeće. Jedino što im je dobar taj DMZ. Što je to ubijemo ono...
Ti treba basiti Ansel Makić.
Tek samo da vidim koliko ih imam. Imam ih nekoliko komada. Imam 6, mislim da mi ne treba više, da?
No. Otkud ti u ovo doba, Peđe? A i Kesić isto jebo. Za vikend vas nije bilo nigdje da treba čovjek da lupom dosta.
Tu smo, brate, igrali smo kako.
Aha, da.
Kod Milana na Discordu,
Da, da.
pošto ste se vi razdvojili.
A sad se raspustio sve, ali sad ste dobili voljno.
Ne, vidimo ovdje da ste vi tu svi zajedno.
Pa Kesić je kriv i Boris Makić.
Yes.
Ne se niko razdvojio, nego
Ali ovaj Rusted Tools mi ne treba, to je samo za materijale, ali tako?
Da dobiješ opruge. Jer opruge ne možeš nigdje da dobiješ na drugom mjestu.
Pikabo.
Harmonika i ona, kako se zove, onaj dušek s oprugama.
Harmonika nek svira.
Tu možda ih nabaviš. Jes. Really? Igra bi ja taj Call of Duty što si ti rekao, postoji samo mali problem. Mislim, da znaš koji je.
File size, yes.
300 gigabajta Dracula. Nemam ja.
Ali ne moraš 300
Da.
Imaš u Manage My DLC i Endgame samo staviš tikliraš, on ti je 115 giga.
Sjetnici, samo jedna mapa.
Samo jedna mapa.
Radije ne bih, radije bih igrao Hell Divera do smrti. Bar imam 30 mapa sa 50 različitih misija. Neka fala. 100 gigabajta
pa testiraš samo, znamo jebate da si ti igrao DMZ mnogo i...
radije bi da kreći, Makić je gledao šta radi. Radije bi zid kreći. Zid. Možda kad to smanje još malo. Neki stand-alone installation. Jedini razlog zašto je instalacija toliko velika je zato što ne mogu da smisli kako da skrešu veličinu igre.
Zato što imaju dosta skinova, vrete, 100.
Ćeš da vidiš da li možemo da uradimo ovo za supply na Buried City.
Hello guys.
Imaš i vremena? Probamo jednom.
Ja imam vremena. Ne znam da li mene pitaš.
Tebe. Dakle, ne znam da igramo. A i u 30 ćeš, kao što ste rekao, samo duo se u skorije vreme igram. No offense.
Snake, sutra nemoj pare da nam, brate, tražiš da bi igrali s tobom.
Znam. Obično pare traži. Yes. 60.000 sam imao jučer sam imao. I danas kad sam opalio, da vidim ujutro taj rank, bilo je čovjek koji je bio iza mene, koji me je preskočio, imao je 70.000 pojena, ja rekao važi. Rekao ću se na no life da ostanem tamo na leaderboardu. Boli me kurac. Odradim koliko mislim da mogu i prijatno.
Pikabo.
Samo da se natrpam sad sa municijom, da
ne treba toliko municije.
Napravimo ovdje svega i svačega. Ali mi treba shield recharger 5 komada. Tu mi treba zavoj 5 komada. Tu mi treba... Ili mi treba ključ.
Poneću ga, ali možeš ga ti ponet ako misliš da ću ja da poginem. Pa možda poginem, nikad ne znaš, ja bi ga ponao jedno mjesto zauzim.
Leži bre od mene, bre.
Dobro. Shotgun. Shells. Ovako. Ovako. Okay. Neku bombu možda ponesem, ali nešto. Wolfpack.
Šta će ti? Ne planiram da se bijem s ljudi.
Shield.
Pikamo.
Idemo po krovama, ću kako se zove, da aktiviram one checkpoint, one supplies. Supply drops on close scrutiny.
Pump Action Il Toro 4.
Jebote titan.
Iskren da budemo ne semi-automatike brže. Onaj Vukan.
A mi da ga nosim, još mi ga uzeti.
Pa onda ga nikad neću nositi. Vrlo je jednostavno moje objašnjenje. Ako ti ga je stalno žao da ga nosiš, onda ga nikad neću nositi. Ja zato nosim najgluplje oružje na svijetu. Nosim nekad pištolj s prigušivačan i sačmanicu koja vredi 50.000. I onda kad me ljudi vide da pucam sa pištoljem s prigušivačem, misle da znaš da sam ono.
Da nema ništa.
Da nema ništa. Kakva greška. Dobro, to važi ako me gađu iz daljine, ali ja obično ne pucam se s njima iz daljine. Ako vidim da imaju Winchester ili što god, snajper, onda samo se sklonim sa vidika. A ako me pušu iz bliza, gotovo je.
Pa traži ovoliko je.
Sinoć kad smo igrali sa Neurotikom tražio koliko 2-3 minuta.
Ja sam trebao ponesem dimne bombe.
Ne, potrebno. Hoću samo da vidim da li ima onih antena, kako se zove, po krovu.
Na plaja?
A, to ti je jedini prav, čini mi se, koji ja nisam radio. Tebi je ostao još jedan, čini mi se. Ja ti si odradio to za munje, vjerojatno jesi, nemoguće da te nije izdodavala dovoljno.
Čekaj, što ću ti reći odmah. Evo se. Munje urađene, Arc Enemies urađeno, Damage Bastion urađeno. Komete nemam ni jednu.
A to ti
zvjezdicu, a na Search Supply imamo jednu zvjezdicu.
Dobro, to ako išta možemo ti kometu.
Ja sam prvi na mojoj tabeli.
Pa to je to. To tako ide.
Ja sam prvi puta 3 Jebote.
Ti si uzela
boost žešći bio, jo.
Samo je pitanje koliko su ovi što su s tobom na toj tabeli voljni da to igraju.
Prvi ispod mene ima 6000 manje brojena od mene.
Pa je. A dobro, ali ti si radio samo 3 challenge od 5.
Da, tako je.
A upucali smo jednog Bastina. Znaš, obično kad probamo Bastine, obično probamo bar 2 da koknemo. 3 teže od 2, da.
Ovdje poneseš 5-6 ovih, vrate, Wolf paka i samo ih izbacuješ. Ubijaš ove u močvari,
Pa mi smo se ispucali dosta na ovu sitnu gama po močvari, vidio si sam koliko ih je bilo. Bilo više njih nego Bastina. Bastina je bio 1,5. Jednoga su oni roknuli sa Hulk Crackerom, drugoga smo i izborili smo se s njim nekako. Aj. Tebi treba...
Sve ovo.
Vidio si.
Nešto leti na nebu.
Isto. U pravcu Southwesta, jel da?
Word is that surveyors are out there sniffing around for the good stuff. The problem is they brought vaporizers with them. At the very least.
Na nebu se vidi onako formacija kako svetli nekih letelica kao tačkice žute.
I dalje se mrde. Koje tebi komponente više trebaju?
Komponente?
A za one prekretne. Industrial battery, oni akumulatori darkova, ali to?
A da, to.
Ako pritisneš, ako si track, ovo piše ti koliko ti treba. Tamo otvoriš mapu. Piše ti leve, s ove strane. Ispod questova jebi ga.
Nisam trackao,
Nema veze. A da nemaš neđe neki quest na ovoj mapi?
Na ovoj mapi, Bird City, imam Destroy 2 spotters. To mi je sve.
Toga nema.
To ti je dobro.
Pa, ovdje je, brate, fajt.
Odi. Pa.
To PvP, jel?
Pa ne znam, čuo sam pucnjavu, pa bam, mrtvi ljudi. Čuo si.
Pa da.
PvP ne tražim, ali rado ću se boriti ako moram.
A mi taj Venator nisu nerfali.
Pa jesu 2-3 puta, boga mi. Nek. Gledam ti šta radiš. Prošao sam pred njega i gledam gdje će ga otvoriti. Ima i drugih načina da se uzme XP, koji ne prave toliko buke.
Da.
Ako već si čuo da su umrla...
Kad pucam ovako iz kuka, jel onda je manje precizan ili je dovoljno samo da nišanim, mislim, jel puca da nišanim?
Pa trebalo bi, jebi ga, nemam pojma. Opa...
Misliš da je to na tebe bilo?
Ne znam. Ide se nešto drugo, Makić, odi. Kako ono kaže, kao smogovci. Moramo mi da lutujemo to ili samo da ga pozovemo, to me zanima. Samo da ga pozovemo, odlično. Odlično, ne moram da ga lutujemo.
A vaporizer, down there.
Ajmo dalje, vidim sljedeći. Ajde za mnom. Kačio si dalje, a? Nema nas.
Where are you going, guys?
Neko ti je bacio stan.
Meni nije.
Čuo sam stan kod tebe, onaj.
Evo ga čovjek ovdje mrtav iznad krova.
To ti kažem. Čuo sam stan da odleteo tu. Ajde ka meni, ajde. Aj, malo ćemo unazad.
Točno iz ovog krova ovdje je ovaj leži dole.
Vidim. Vidim da je sljedeći ovaj supply drop, znaš.
Ovo koji treba. Imam ja trebalo zipline.
Dobro, onaj sam jedan ispali, nisam očekivao ćeš da skočiš dole na glavački.
A ja sam pao, nisam skočio.
Nema veze, dešava se da se oklizne čovjek. Ja sam prošli meč isto kad smo igrali onaj Dan Battleground. Nisam tad padnem, rknuo sam dalje. Jedi. Mistake kada make.
Hvata mistake kada make. Evo završimo, opet ćemo ručiti. Više, brate, sad ovih nekoliko dana samo žderanje, brate, mili...
Katastrofa, ovo samo jedeš kosu stoka.
Možeš da odlučiš da ne jedeš.
A može, brate, onda stoji, suši se, a ja sam alergičan, bacam hranu.
Isto. Vidiš supply drop, de. Vidiš antenu žutu, pored nas. A, bar je bilo žuto.
Aha, eno svetli.
Polako. Ne sprintaš. Da ti kažem da ne sprintaš. Ako stalno sprintaš, doćiš u situaciju te neko puca, da ćeš imat 0 stamine da makneš. Lako je preći u full sprint i pusti ove arkove danas. Ajmo.
Vid!
Flag, a? Ja šta nagađam? Da si trčao za mnom i da... Aj zove.
Mi nekako, znaš kako je čudno, skočio nešto sa strane, se okrenuo.
Latencija. Bjegaj. To. To je 3200, Hadi.
Daj, evo me zajebavati da je ušao ovdje.
Čekam ga da uđe skroz. Svetljava puška u mraku, a?
Svetli.
Ali to samo kad fokusiraš snop, onda svetli, znaš. To ti samo desni klik držiš. Onda pumpa damage sa u jednu tačku. To ti je kao shotgun, ako opališ s boka, ako opališ onako kao kad nišaniš, onda se ponaša kao snop ispalje neki.
Evo ga ovdje je go.
Ajme, pusti ga neka ide svojim putom, mi ćemo na drugu stranu. Ste ja zakrpio bio?
Jesi.
Kajmo. To je šiša, neko nije otvori ta govna, to me ne interesuje trant.
Ovo je ovdje.
Pa pogledaj, ali šta ti treba odatle?
Možda mi da vup.
Akumulator ili šta?
Ma nije dao mi bateriju.
Ajme. To samo, ja se očekujem kakav takav lut, jedino kad je ona elektromagnetna oluja. Ako nije EMS Tor, brke kapa. To je. Ne znaš što to nije loše, ja sam uzeo, kažem ti, perk. Kad god se healam, vraća mi se stamina.
Vidi signal što šalje mamicu.
Nek šalje. Aj bi spali sajlo vamo.
Aha, okej. Spalio. Ovo je Horizon.
Alo. Ovdje. Alo.
Iđo.
Dobro, doći ću.
Evo ga i ovo vam.
Odi na konti stranu.
Ovo je Horizon.
Skoro si to izvadio, znaš. Ajde, kodaj. Op. Dead. Evi ga, ja sam mislio da ćeš odmah ukapirat, bez da ti pričam.
Nema veze, pun sam ja. Precies.
Da se neko pućne za snajperom, a da vidimo i to. Hop.
Hello there.
Hello. Hello guys, hello. We're just doing supply runs. Hello.
Dobro, ovaj nema oružje.
Feel free to take any supply drop you can find. It's fine. Hello. Ajmo.
Hey, wanna team up?
Yeah, just don't shoot us in the back. We are good. I would feel better if you were to talk. I don't know why. Hello.
Do you have a mic, man?
He's a console player. Of course, he doesn't have a mic. Use any microphone. You know, it would help us.
Negative.
Oh, great. It's year 2026. I had microphone 20 years ago. When I had Skype. 20 years ago. Amazing. Znači, metio da se hodam sve rekao ci gledam u njega.
Da.
Bože sačuvaj da mu krenu leđe. Pa makar me pucao peti čovjek. Što volim da znam da je ovaj. Nemac.
Uvidio ovo govno.
Neka, udi oti. Odi Makić.
Start exit if you didn't get this.
Znaš rekao, kad imaš dovoljno ove žice, možeš otići svuda.
Ekst. Ovdje je neko bio. Ovo je uništen, ja? Aj, meni ovo treba.
Hello guys, hello.
Hello there.
Hello. Evo ti healovi gore, odi gore. Šest i 400 imamo. Vidiš još neki supply drop. Odašiljač. Onako bit ću belo, sjećaš se.
Da, vrh je beli. Ovaj put su u balon. A, slep ti jebem. Mislim da nas je neko provalio da idemo za ovim balonima, ali mene interesuje. Dok god ne pucao mene. Koji mi kriv kad ne znam gdje su ovi supply dropovi. Naučite mapu. Eno ga.
Mam ja de.
Da.
Ne znam jesam li s tobom jednom igrao kad smo trčali u... Ne, s Ket smo nas ne igrao. Trčali smo gore dole po mapi. Mislim da smo tad ulovili 10 supply-a. Tamo ruku smo pičili. Sve jedan za drugim. Bukvalno može nekad ti da na isti da pozoveš supply drop. Na isti odašiljač.
Ako neću ovdje
što je ovo? Hoće.
Pogledaj.
Se zabogovalo, a?
Nema interakt, čovjek.
Pazi, dolazi ovaj...
Nema interakt, jebate, volim da verujem.
Ti ne igraš zalagalo?
Znam, neću, stojim tamo, nema
Drži ovo. Ovo sam sad našao. Iza tebe. Vidim.
Sam ja lud ili...
Možda ima cooldown. Ne znam da li me razumeš.
Da, ali zašto svetli bombu?
Pa, ja gledam da li ima neki indikator. Ne znam, ajmo. To ti je 6400. Ako budeš isto teo, probat ćemo jednom. Možda možemo i više od ovoga napraviti. To ti izgleda lagano po meni, ovi supply dropovi. Šta je to?
Bila je ona Arc Power Cell.
Ark. Mislim da je to neko vaporizer otkinuo krilo ili tako nešto. Jest, 2019. godina. Čovjek ima para da uzme igru od $40-60, nema para da uzme mikrofon od 5. Aha. Aha.
Sviđa mu se igra više
Aha.
mikrofon svoj, aha.
Nije, nego ovi konzolaši, oni ti imaju svoj lobby, znaš. Naprimjer, ako ćeš da koristiš, ako koristiš Discord na PlayStationu, ne možeš da koristiš in-game voice. Zašto? Pitajte Sony. Pojma nema. Sony i Sovi. Hoćeš da ga obiješ?
Kako smo već tu? Metkovi. Zavoj. Nema ništa.
Gluposti. Maksić, ja sam otišao.
Gledamo te.
Pozdrav. Rus.
Tempest. Ajde, ja sam spreman.
Znate što?
Ova. A. Sekundak. Na rasklapanje. A.
Off to work. Take care.
Aki će otišao sam na posao. Uzdravlje.